don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true, or make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Manic Monday. Thanks for being here, friends. We know you got many choices to make every single day, and we're super grateful you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you very much. Hope you had a good weekend. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, and sharing is caring. Gifting goal today, please contribute. Please consider joining our team. Please do that every single day. It really helps you. It helps us get to and stay on the FYP. We're still being suppressed a little bit, so we need your help. Don't forget, we are marching towards our 25K target for the Do Something Tour, and I've got a really cool Do Something story for you that happened to me yesterday that I'll share with you in just a moment. It'd be great if we could maybe hit 9,500 today. That would be a great target. 10,000 would be a really great goal that maybe we can hit this week. We're a little bit behind in our fundraising, but we're trying to catch up. So thank you. Anything you can do, we really appreciate that. Please consider heading over to the link tree that's in my bio. You'll find the link to the Discord there. If for some reason that link does not work, you can either copy it and paste it into a browser. And assuming that you have Discord installed on your device, it will open automatically. Or you can reach out to one of our amazing moderators and they can help you out too. So thank you for that. Also, some new items in the Facts merch store. You can find that at Facts HQ or at factsstillmatter.site. Go pick up some stuff. If you're planning on, it is protest season. It's still fucking winter here. It snowed this morning and the temperatures are supposed to drop into the 20s tonight. I just want to ride my motorcycle. I mean, I suppose I could tough it out, but I don't want to. But anywho, hopefully it's a little bit warmer where you are. Again, items in the link tree, all kinds of resources available there. In our Discord in particular, I want to call your attention to our mutual aid and our Are You OK channel. There's a lot of information in there regarding mental health services and people who are just looking to, get some stuff off your chest. It's a great place to connect. So thank you all in advance, and thank you all for being here. I really, really appreciate you guys for being here. So as I mentioned, I just want to share this story briefly. Actually, let me do this first. We've been doing this every single day. Gas prices sit at $4.12 a gallon, up a penny from yesterday. It was $3.99 a week ago, $3.32 a month ago, $3.25 a year ago. Diesel prices are at $5.61 a gallon. That's up $2 from a year ago. Just wanted to let you know that. So there's that. We are also expecting, by the way, it's kind of funny when you hear people talking about the job numbers from February, or from March, I should say, 177,000 or whatever the number was. And people are like, you see that? Trump job numbers, blah, blah, blah. And then we have to remind them that there was a revision down of 177,000 from February. And we expect more of the same. The anticipation of the inflation rate creeping up to 3% or more because of the rising gas prices, energy costs across the country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll anticipate those. They should come out either later this week. Also, on the docket for a week from tomorrow, whether or not former Attorney General Pam Bondi will be testifying, we'll get into that. And speaking of Pam Bondi, today is the 108th day of the federal government under the Trump administration breaking the law by not releasing everything connected to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I've got some interesting sound from Todd Blanche, who is the interim AG, things that he's had to say and how this entire thing is still a massive cover-up of global proportions, a community of predators protecting a community of predators, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So before we get into this, because this is a bona fide advertisement of a war crime, and I can prove it, and we'll talk about it not only from this statement, but from other statements that the president has said, and then we can connect that to the Geneva Convention, and we're going to talk about the 25th Amendment today, because there's rumblings within D.C. about attempting to invoke the 25th to remove the president from office because he's literally losing his mind. But first, I want to tell you about this really interesting do something moment that I had yesterday. So you may recall, probably a month or so ago, I have a couple of clients that I go visit twice a week, and I usually take Kipper with me because there's a dog park that's right across the street. So I was out at the dog park, and I've seen, depending on when you go, you tend to see the same people there. And there's a gentleman that comes down. I guess that he was probably about 10 or so years older than I am. Come to find out, he's 72, so he's 14 years older than I am. And he brings a couple of German Shepherds, and usually are all bundled up down there because it's fucking winter. One particular day, it was nice, so I had my gloves off, and we'd been talking. He learned that I ride motorcycles, and he learned that I, grew up playing sports. In fact, he was an official. So he used to umpire basketball games and baseball games, and we made a couple of conclusions. It's very likely that he might have umpired or refereed some games that I played in high school. So that was kind of a cool connection. And then he learned that I've got tattoos, that I grew up hunting and fishing. So, we bonded over man stuff, right? Anyway, had my gloves off one day. He happened to notice that there was nail polish. So he commented, he said, "Do you have a daughter?" I said, "I do. She's a senior in high school." And he said, "Does she still paint your nails?" I said, "Well, she used to, but I do it on my own." And that's kind of invoked a conversation. He's kind of looking at me like, wait a second, I see this guy that I talk to, that he hunts, he fishes, he rides motorcycles, he's got tattoos, all these kinds of things, but yet he paints his nails, and he didn't really understand. So we didn't really talk about that very much, but it led to a conversation because I said, yeah, it's one of those things about how societal stigmas are connected to men and all this kind of stuff. And then that turned into a conversation about a wide range of topics. Come to find out, he's a Trump voter. Now, there are pockets in our state. So where I live is in the northern part of the state, and to the northeast, if you look at the state of Vermont, the northeast corner, it's known as the NEK, or the Northeast Kingdom. And that is Trump country. There's pockets everywhere, but that is Trump country. Come to find out, he's a pastor. So he's been a pastor at his church. He used to be more of a full-time pastor. Now he does it on occasion. So we started talking about everything. We talked about how he's been using pharmaceutical meds for pain for years. And I said, wouldn't it be great if we had federal laws that legalize cannabis so that we could do that, so we could prescribe those things as opposed to having pharmaceutical? Then he's like, yeah, I worry about that. Then cannabis gets legalized and it leads to this crime and that crime, and then it leads to prostitution. And I'm thinking, yeah, I would support legalized sex work and support sex work to provide safety. And we had this entire conversation. It's kind of his head jerked back a little bit. Like, are you talking, you really want to legal? And anyway, the conversation went down a million roads. I'm thinking this is a do something to her moment. Lo and behold, he says, hey, I was curious if you would like to come to one of my sermons. I haven't been to a church sermon in 20 plus years. Like, I've been to church for weddings, and I've been to church for ceremonies and things like that. But like, nothing like this. And we made an agreement. I gave my telephone number. He texted me a couple of times, and the timing just didn't work out up until yesterday. So I get a text from him on Friday. He's like, can you come to my Easter sermon on Sunday? I would be happy to. So I drove there. It's like 10 minutes from my house, and it's a United Community Church, the teachings of Christ, but more multi-denominational or non-denominational. Anyway, so I went, and he recognized me when I came in. He came over, gave me a bear hug, and we chatted. And he mentioned me, not by name, but he mentioned me in his sermon. He talked about this conversation I had with someone who happens to be here today, and it was a wide range of topics. We talked about healthcare. We talked about legalizing sex work. He called it prostitution. I refer to it as sex work. And there's a whole bunch of topics, and it was really an interesting moment because here I am in this, a fish out of water, so to speak. And the congregation is probably split 50-50, men and women. There was probably maybe 100 people or 100, maybe 110, 120 people there. So about 45 minutes long. And then he came up to me and he's like, what'd you think? I said, I appreciated it. Talking about, obviously spent a lot of time talking about Easter and the resurrection, but he went down a couple of different roads that I wasn't expecting. Like, I wasn't expecting to name names, so to speak. And then I got invited downstairs for hot cider, cocoa, and donuts, and after sermon treats and pastries, whatever else it might be. And then a few people came up to me and asked me questions, and again, noticed the nail varnish, and that was a hot topic. A lot of the women, literally like grabbed my hand and said, it's beautiful. Like, why do you do that? And I told them a story about how it's connected me to my daughter, and I'm certainly feeling a lot of empty nest as my daughter's going to be leaving in a few months, and so I just feel like it's one of these connections for me. Anyway, I got thinking about that interaction, and it was great. I'm like, I don't think I'll go back. It's not for me, but I appreciated him opening his doors literally to me. It was a test drive for do something for sure. Like, if I can have conversations with people, I didn't wear a tie. No, I dressed up a little bit. I wore something nice. I wore a collar. I wore a collared shirt. Good question, Toodle. If I can have conversations with people there, and we talked about healthcare. I mean, there's some of the questions that I asked. I said a lot of this to me is just like, what are we prioritizing here? Like, I think we should be focused on the things that matter. And there were some people in there. They're just like, well, it's Democrats have ruined everything and blah blah blah. And okay, that's fine. But there was a lot of people that were overhearing some of the conversations that I was having. And actually, one person followed me out to it wasn't a UU, Ollie's mom. It was a universal community church is how they tabbed it. I guess you could consider it UU, universalist. But anyway, somebody followed me out to the parking lot and asked me if I could, where do I interact? And they may be in here today. So Marcus, if you're here, hello. If not, you know where to find me. It was just a really, really interesting moment. And to me, it proved that the Do Something Tour is something that needs to happen, because I don't know if I would have ever had the opportunity to have this conversation with my now friend, Jerry, without the willingness to have that conversation. All right? Without the willingness to have the conversation. And whatever it was, whether it was a nail varnish or just a conversation, like I've said, I can literally talk to anybody. I mean, I have no problem talking to anybody. I think we proved that here. But it's different when you're out in person and you can connect human to human, person to person. We talked about the same things that I talk about here. We talk about healthcare, like, why are we spending money on wars? And some of the people who came up to me said, you don't think we should have a strong defense? I said, I didn't say that, but at what expense, at what cost, right? So then we started talking about how they want to increase the budget, and we'll get into that in a little bit, by a $500 billion at the expense of social services. And then you hear the script about waste and fraud and abuse. And for me to have the opportunity to say, I understand that, but where is the waste? If we're talking about making sure that we're prioritizing the things that should matter for people, then why are we spending money on defense? Does that make your life better? And everybody's like, no, it doesn't. But what are we supposed to do? No one looks out for us. The same old script. Anyway, long story short, it proved that Do Something is worthwhile. And I was so glad to be there. And I messaged Jerry afterward and I thanked him. And he said, hey, will you come back? And I'm like, I don't know if it's for me, man. But I think it was just a really cool opportunity. So if you have that opportunity in your community just to kind of talk to people about things that really, truly should matter, then do it. Use that opportunity to have a conversation. I didn't make it political. They obviously know, from the conversations that I had with people, they know that I'm a progressive, right? And they know that I want to move society forward, but I didn't make it about, I wasn't there to bash Trump. I wasn't there to bash anybody. I was just there to remind them of what it is that we should all be fighting for. And I took the opportunity to say, we're here, think about, do you think the teachings of Jesus or Jesus himself, and I joked, I said, the brown-skinned socialist, do you think he would really be happy with what we're doing now? And a lot of them were kind of like, yeah, well, textually, no. So then that became this acknowledgement that maybe things could be different. Now, again, this was a more, a moderate church, right? Moderate and even leaning a little bit more progressive. It wasn't like it was a Catholic sermon or hardcore, evangelical Christian church or whatever that might be, or a Southern Baptist church. I probably wouldn't have gotten the same reception. I may not have been invited if that were the case, but those conversations are out there, friends. If you're willing to have them, those conversations are out there. So don't be afraid to have them if they're presented to you. The question then becomes, how and where do you want to take that conversation? I'm grateful that I was given an opportunity. I have an advantage being in the state that I live in, for sure. There's no doubt about it. You know, predominantly progressive leaning. In fact, the Progressive Party in Vermont is one of the largest voices in our state. I don't know if that would necessarily be, you know, it may not be as simple for many of you who live, depending on where you live, but it's out there, right? But it's out there. I know Marshall's offended by my nail polish. You're proving the point, Marshall. Thank you, though. Thank you for proving the point. If you're offended by this, man, then that's a bigger issue for you than it is for me. It doesn't, if it bothers you, then you should try to unpack that a little bit. So I'll keep you updated if there's a follow-up there, but I was really inspired by that entire conversation. So yeah, so more to come. Hopefully more of those conversations will happen in the future. Good morning, friend.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? What's on your mind?
I'm all as well. I love this history. I'm a big defender of trying to reach across the aisle, in a sense of trying to see the things that we have in common between each other, and just to share a little bit of personal history. And hi.
Hi.
One of my best friends is Catholic, but she is a progressive Catholic because of me. And the only reason is that during this whole process, I never denied our own freedom of being Catholic. Every single time that people, and a lot of people that are from Catholic families will shiver the moment that I say, people from Opus Dei try to influence her. I kept asking her, do you think your God wants me to come because I want, or because these people are forcing me? It took me quite a bit of time. But the moments that I had a discussion regarding healthcare and regarding abortion with a few Catholic people in the audience, when I heard my dear friend basically answer them back saying, I'm with her because no matter what, she would defend what I want for myself, not what anybody wants for me. And this is the thing to go. Because I just told her, like, if you want to take it to term, I will help you to take it to term. If you want to abort, I will help you get it. If you need it, we'll consider the situations. It might hurt me, thinking like there are situations I've known, women that have lost their lives because they decided to take dangerous pregnancies to term. But that's their decision. It's not mine to make. The same way that
I appreciate that. I don't want to go too far down that road this morning, friend. It was more of an observation about how, like, I'm not necessarily with you yet that I'm willing to reach across the aisle, but I'm willing to be on the receiving end if someone wants to commit to making a change. I guess that's my spot, offering a spot for people to land if someone else is willing to have that conversation. That may be different for many people, but that's just kind of where I sit. Yeah. So. My
goal here is literally, hey guys, we might disagree with you, religious people that are in here, but as long as you respect everyone else's wishes to be themselves, come here, come be progressive with us. We're gonna go to a greater future together.
Thank you for jumping in this morning. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Thank you very much. You have a good day. Be safe out there. Okay. Thanks.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, again, everybody has their own sort of, I don't want to say this. Some people are more amenable. Some people are constantly trying to reach across the aisle. And part of do something for me is the sort of almost agnostic approach to this entire thing. I just want to be able to have conversations with people. That's the point as we travel the country. Looks like there might be an opportunity for me to head to Northern California coming up in the next month or so. There's a couple of events that we're working on over the course of the summer, and then the tour itself will kick off this fall. But I'm not yet there to reach across the aisle, but I'm willing to be on the receiving end if people are willing to accept what they've done and what their vote has done and what their stance has done. Don't forget, the target of the Do Something Tour would be the 90 million or so. I saw you in here. Mia and I were chatting yesterday via Discord. She's got this mission as well, the same audience, the roughly 90 million voters out there, registered voters who did not show up. And I've discussed this with you guys before. I look at that, obviously this is a generalization, but half of them are the two sides of the same coin, two wings of the same bird group. I think that's lazy politically. I think that's making an excuse for things. I think that's people who don't stand for anything. They stand against things. And they may be a little bit harder to flip, but then there's that 45 million or so Americans like us, right? Who just feel like no one has listened to them. They don't have a voice. Their presence doesn't matter. They don't feel like their vote matters. Those people are winnable. They just want healthcare. They don't know what it means. They may not be involved politically. Don't forget, we are immersed in this every single day, and you guys come back to our show every day, thankfully, and I'm so appreciative. Because you want the news, we try to keep people informed. Most people don't have that approach. Most people have no idea. Many people in our country don't even know who their representatives are. So they've checked out. They feel like my vote doesn't matter, my voice doesn't matter. So that's the primary principle of Do Something, but just through osmosis and just through conversations. Listen, if I can have a conversation in a church with people and hopefully influence and change minds, then I can have a conversation anywhere. So it was a great day. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I won't go back. It won't be a choice. But I'll certainly see Jerry again at the dog park, and we'll talk, and we'll have a conversation, and I'll share with him what my experience was, and I'll tell him that we talked about it here, and yeah. So anyway, so we'll go through that. So again, friends, if you're out there and you have an opportunity to have a conversation with people, and they're intrigued, and if there's a way that you can approach it that's not just about the politics and make it more about the humanity. Yeah, so there's that. Anyway, let's get into our topic today. So, and again, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate you all. Keep tapping is clapping, liking is loving, and sharing is caring, friends. So this statement that the president made yesterday has really brought the conversation to an entirely different level, because even members of the Republican Party are trying to defend this. MTG is now absolutely just ripping the president apart. I mean, the statement, you can see it. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Trump. And, listening last night to some of the right-wing spaces who are in support of Trump, they're saying it's trolling. They're saying he's mocking the Islamic faith, and I'm just listening to that thinking that is just crazy talk. But what it's done is it's brought up talks of the 25th Amendment, right? So I did a little bit of research. I just want to make sure, I want to bring everybody up to speed as to what the 25th Amendment is, what it means, how it could potentially be initiated. So I think I thought I would just read it through for you, because people talk about it, but what does it mean? How hard is it? And then I've got some sound to play that is just mind-boggling, but we'll get into that. So first, the 25th Amendment, this is from the Cornell Law School, and they highlight what the 25th Amendment, the history of, and they'll give you the actual amendment, then I'll read it to you. 25th Amendment, proposed by Congress and ratified by the states in the aftermath of the assassination of JFK, provides the procedures for replacing the president or vice president in the event of death, removal, resignation, or incapacitation. The Watergate scandal of the 1970s, and by the way, it's the 50th anniversary of All the President's Men, which I've got a little bit of, I want to read to you some of the reporting based on that movie. This is Woodward and Bernstein, Bob Woodward, Watergate scandal. Anyway. The Watergate scandal of the 1970s saw the application of these procedures, first when Gerald Ford replaced Spiro Agnew as vice president, then when he replaced Richard Nixon as president, and then when Nelson Rockefeller filled the resulting vacancy to become vice president. That's how the history happened. Keep in mind, Spiro Agnew, so here's the situation. The members of the Republican Party had approached Richard Nixon after the Watergate scandal and said, listen, we are going to, you're going to get impeached and you are going to be removed so you can resign. They did that knowing full well that Spiro Agnew also had all kinds of criminality and fraud in his past. So they made this entire fucking shakeup within the system that got Spiro Agnew out. It got Gerald Ford in as the vice president, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that was a crazy time. We look back on that and said that was a massive scandal. And it was a massive scandal. It doesn't come anywhere close to what we're doing now, right? It doesn't come anywhere close to what we're living through right now. So there's the history. So the 25th was revised a bit, updated, and then initiated. In this case, they didn't have to use it, but they just went through the process of removing the president. Anyway, Section 1 of the 25th Amendment. In case of the removal of the president from office or his death or resignation, the vice president shall become president. Section 2, whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the vice president, the president shall nominate a VP who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Section 3, whenever the president transmits the president pro tempore of the Senate, the president pro tem is the president of the Senate. They're third in line of the presidency. President, vice president, speaker of the House, pro tem of the Senate. The current pro tem of the Senate is Chuck Grassley, just FYI. Whenever the president transmits to the president pro tem of the Senate and the speaker of the House in his written declaration that he is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, and until he transmits them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the vice president as acting president, meaning that the president, if they go, if they're going to be incapacitated for surgery, they do have to inform that at this particular time, I'm going to be incapacitated, whether or not I'll be unconscious or under anesthesia. There's like a paper trail. Now, if you're a West Wing fan, there was the time when the president with the assassination attempt, and then there was concern about whether or not the 25th was used or if the letter was written, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Grassley is brighter than Trump. Well, a blade of grass is brighter than Trump. Anyway, Section 4, whenever the VP and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such other bodies as Congress may by law transmit to the president pro tem of the Senate and the speaker of the House of Reps their written declaration that the president is unable to just discharge the duties of his office, the vice president shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office as acting president. Thereafter, when the president transmits to the president pro tem of the Senate and speaker of the House of Reps his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office unless the vice president and a majority of either principal's office of the executive department or cabinet or of such other bodies as Congress may by law provide transmit within 4 days to the president pro tem of the Senate and the speaker of the House their written declaration that the president is in fact unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon, Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose if not in session. If the Congress within 21 days after receipt of that latter written declaration, or if Congress is not in session within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by 2/3 vote of both House and the President, determines by 2/3 vote of both houses, the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office, the VP shall continue to discharge the same as acting President. Otherwise, the President shall resume the powers and duties of his office. In other words, it's a mountain to climb. The fact that it requires a member of the cabinet, it requires the VP, it requires support from Congress to remove the president. The fact that they're talking about it, the fact that it's coming up more and more is a bit, is telling. So just to kind of summarize that a little bit, let me see. Here's the summary. If the president dies, resigns, or is removed, the VP becomes president. If there's no VP, the president nominates one and Congress must approve. Temporary transfer of power, which is then voluntary. The president can declare, I can't do the job right now. The VP becomes acting president until the president says they're ready again. This is from congress.gov. Involuntary transfer, most controversial. The VP and a majority of the cabinet can declare that the president is, quote, unable to perform duties. VP becomes acting president immediately. So that is a lever. So the VP and a majority of the cabinet can make that determination, right? And then at that moment, the VP becomes acting president. If the president disputes it, Congress then decides they need 2/3 vote to keep the VP in charge. So, I mean, JD Vance is a fucking snake. He is a snake. So just keep that in mind. I'm not making a prediction either way as to what that would happen. But when the president puts out something like this and then it advertises a full-blown fucking war crime, and we'll get into that in just a moment, then there is justification. Like, for example, if you can't remove the president for something like this, then what's the point in having the 25th? What is the point of impeachment, right? What's the point of the whole process of the impeachment in the House and then the removal trial in the Senate? If you can't remove a president or a cabinet member or a senior elected official based on what we've seen, I mean, J6 should have had enough. Thank you, Mitch McConnell. You fuck. It's your fault. Then what's the point in having it, right? So again, if the president dies, resigns, or is removed, VP becomes president. If there's no VP, the president nominates one. Congress must approve it. The president can declare, I can't do the job right now. The VP becomes acting president until the president says they're ready again. And then the involuntary transfer, which is what we're talking about now, the VP plus a majority of the cabinet can declare the president is unable to perform their duties. The VP becomes acting president immediately. I mean, that could happen at any moment. That literally could happen today. Vance could rally members of the cabinet. They could come up to a majority. They could declare that statement, and Vance becomes the president immediately. If the president then disputes it, Congress then decides within 30 days. They need 2/3 in both houses to determine that. Section 4 has never been successfully used to remove a president, though it's often discussed. So I have no fucking idea what's going to happen with this whole thing. Is it likely? No. But the fact that they're talking about it, imagine what those sort of sidebar conversations are like right now. I just, it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine that we're here. I know I agree. It's talk. I'm only here to provide the news. So the reason that it has escalated to the point where it has is because of statements like this. Like I don't know. I mean, I can't even believe that we're here. Casey Wings, Democrats are spineless. Let Trump work. Casey, that's really an unfortunate take. I don't know why you would say something like that. Let me do something real quick. Let me, I gotta just deal with something real quick. I'll be right back.
Facts still matter, so stand up, lean in. You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true, or make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Just reminds me of a programming note tomorrow. So one of my senators, Senator Peter Walsh, is going to be in my neighborhood, and I got invited to go to a sort of roundtable discussion with him tomorrow. So that I think that starts at 11. So the show will probably go a little bit, we'll end a little early tomorrow, so I can head over there and do that. And I'm hoping for some FaceTime afterwards. So I've requested press credentials to have that moment. So we'll see. So I'll report back. Either way, I'll let you know how the Q&A goes, because I respect our senators, especially Bernie. Senator Welch is a good man, a little bit too moderate for me, so I'm going to press him on a whole bunch of shit. I will not be shy. Don't you worry. All right, so 25th, we'll see where it goes. But this now falls into the category of war crimes. There's no doubt about it, and we can explain it. So as we go through this morning, is again a reminder, 108 days. We're going to hear some sound from Todd Blanche. We're gonna reference Pam Bondi and her hearing that's scheduled for next week. I think it's the 14th. Whether or not she shows, the subpoena request from Nancy Mace was specific, naming names, not just the office of the Attorney General, but Pam Bondi in particular. Will she show up? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But this whole thing, as it relates to war crimes. So what I did, I was just curious about how the Geneva Convention and how international law depicts a war crime. So under the Geneva Convention and their additional protocols, attacks are judged mainly by three core principles. One, distinction. Is it civilian versus military? Proportionality. Civilian harm can't be excessive relative to military gain. And then military necessity. The target must provide a defined military advantage. The target must provide a definite military advantage. So then the question is, are bridges legitimate targets? Bridges are dual use infrastructure because we're talking about bridges and electric plants and all kinds of shit. If a bridge is used to move troops, weapons, or supplies, it's considered potentially lawful. If destroying it offers a clear military advantage, it's considered potentially lawful. It's likely unlawful and or a war crime if it's primary civilian and or an evacuation route, or if the attack causes excessive civilian harm compared to the military benefit. For example, destroying a key military supply bridge may be legal. Bombing a crowded evacuation bridge likely isn't. Are power plants legitimate targets? Power plants are also dual use, but considered more sensitive. They're generally restricted because they support civilian life, like hospitals, water systems, heating. Their destruction can cause widespread indirect civilian harm. Likely a war crime if the goal is to punish civilians or collapse basic survival systems, the civilian harm is disproportionate. That part is the part that I sort of focused on. So I'm gonna play some sound and explain to you why I think that part right there is a bona fide war crime, because of this statement that the president said.
I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices. In the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Okay, bring them back to the Stone Ages. So once again, the definition of the war crime, keep in mind, you heard the words of the president, that power plants, legitimate targets. A war crime would be the goal is to punish civilians or collapse basic survival systems so the civilian harm is disproportionate. I don't see how else you could categorize what he just said. It didn't say we're only going to push the the Republican Guard back to the Stone Age. He talked about it in terms of the entire country of Iran. We're going to basically blast them back to the Stone Age. The goal is to punish civilians or collapse basic survival systems. It is considered a war crime. How else can you describe it other than that? It's clearly a war crime, again, under the Geneva Convention, if civilians are the intended target, the attack is indiscriminate, the expected civilian harm is clearly excessive, and the purpose is collective punishment or terror. These are prosecutable under bodies like the International Criminal Court. Now, the United States, ironically enough, the United States and North Korea, I think. Mods, can you check me on this? I think it's the United States and North Korea do not recognize the ICC. I do, Chuck. Do you like it? They don't recognize it. So that doesn't mean that the president would not then be susceptible and or subject to criminality and or a war crime, right? Just like they did with Palestine, similarly, right? So again, civilians are the intended target. The attack is indiscriminate. The expected civilian harm is clearly excessive. The purpose is collective punishment or terror. Here's the statement again. You tell me.
I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. Many Americans have been...
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. Yeah, the targeting the school. Now, you could argue, I did a little bit of research into that. You could argue there that that was bad intelligence, that it was not intentionally targeting. I disagree. My own opinion, my opinion alone, I disagree. I believe that they targeted a predominantly girls' school so that you can literally eliminate the bloodline, in my opinion. All right? I'll leave that right there. So here we sit, ironically enough. And then it's interesting because I have some sound of Mehdi Hassan interviewing a person on the topic of war crimes. And this person is challenged former Venezuelan diplomat Vanessa Newman after she claimed that President Maduro had been indicted by the International Criminal Court and was subject to an international arrest order. Remember, that's part of the justification that the Trump administration used to go and kidnap Maduro. So this is a wild little interview, and Mehdi Hassan is an excellent journalist. He's an excellent journalist. He is the kind of journalist that I wish we had more of because he asks the questions that we want to all ask. And humbly speaking, I would ask the questions the exact same way. I'm not going to let you wriggle off the hook. So he's interviewing former Venezuelan diplomat Vanessa Newman after she claimed that President Nicolas Maduro had been indicted by the International Criminal Court and was subject to an international arrest order. Here you go.
International capture order.
Yes.
You said he was indicted by the International Criminal Court at The Hague.
Yes.
You said he had an Interpol notice out for him.
Yes.
None of that is true. You've literally invented all of those things.
What?
Which of those things are true?
Which, what? Interpol, well, he's wanted.
He's not wanted by Interpol. There's no notice from Interpol out for Maduro. We checked.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Well, but he's wanted.
And he was not
for the
indicted
DEA.
by the International Criminal
He's
Court.
not indicted.
Netanyahu was, Putin was, not Maduro.
He is under investigation.
So are multiple governments are investigated by the ICC. Doesn't mean you can grab them from their beds.
Grab them from their beds.
Well,
I love the image of that.
Well, many people would love the image of grabbing Benjamin Netanyahu if you support that.
I'm not here to speak about Netanyahu.
No, you are, because you're making a point about international law, and I'm saying for you to be consistent, do you support other countries doing that to other leaders who actually are indicted, unlike Maduro? Netanyahu has an arrest warrant out for him.
Right. Well, I think if they're dictators who are murdering and oppressing and torturing their own people, and were not elected and stand in defiance of elections, I think, yes, fair game.
So Donald Trump, in other words.
Round up the dictators.
Only the dictators, not people who have arrest warrants from the ICC like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, I don't know.
Why do you become so shy when we talk about Netanyahu?
No, I don't know.
You're very clever. Round up the dictators. I say, here's a guy with an arrest warrant. Why not get him?
Well,
you said Maduro was indicted by the ICC. He was not. Netanyahu was.
He's under investigation, and he's also by the Human Rights Council.
So hold on. Anyone investigated by the ICC can just be picked up, according to you. This is your law of the jungle.
No, that's not my law of the jungle. I'll go back to what I said.
And why did you say he was indicted when he wasn't? That's not true. Can we at least agree on that?
Oh, I don't know. I misspoke, I suppose. I don't know.
So you misspoke when you said there was an international capture order. You misspoke when you said he was indicted.
No, there is definitely an international capture order from the United States and supported by other countries.
That's not an international capture. Any country can indict anyone.
Many other countries also supported it.
That's not how international law works.
It's not my area of specialty. I'm not going to.
You are a.
Journalist Mehdi Hassan challenged former Venezuelan diplomat Vanessa Neumann after she claimed that President Maduro had been indicted by the International Criminal Court and was subjected to an international arrest order. Hassan pushed back, pointing out that Maduro is under investigation, or was, but has not been indicted, and that no such arrest warrant exists. When pressed on the discrepancy, Neumann admitted, "I misspoke. I suppose. I don't know." I share that with you because that has been the justification that there was an international, an ICC issued warrant for the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. And there was not. Under investigation? Nope. Sure. So I guess if that's the case, then any other country could decide to just investigate the president of the United States. And based on what we're now looking at, like the wild, wild west rules of engagement, as long as you are under investigation, you can then be arrested. You can then be detained. You can then be brought under arrest, right? The United States just issuing an award for the capture, that's not international law. That's the United States doing it. The argument the Trump administration and others have made, it was because they were following through on an international criminal court, The Hague's international warrant for his arrest. Again, journalist Mehdi, here's the sound again. I think it's really important. I'm going to play it again. It's a little bit long, but I think it's worth it because I want you to hear. This is what we've been sold. This person is in the Venezuelan government. She's a former Venezuelan diplomat. She is the one that claimed all these things. Don't forget, that's kind of the intel that the Trump administration used to justify that. Let's be fucking real. Now that we know, they seized the Venezuelan oil so that they could punish Cuba so that we could take Cuba. Who does it benefit? Russia. We're going to talk about NATO in just a few minutes. Like I've told you guys from the very beginning, you can find Russia in the middle of all this fucking shit. All of it. Hate it when I'm right, but I was fucking right. So again, the reason that we took the reason that we captured Maduro was to seize the oil so that we could control what oil flow goes to Cuba. The citizens of the island of Cuba are under the thumb of the United States right now. We are denying them basic humanity. I would classify that as a war crime as well because it intentionally targeted civilians. Yes, I said it.
You've claimed Maduro had an international capture order.
Yes.
You said he was indicted by the International Criminal Court at The Hague.
Yes.
You said he had an Interpol notice out for him.
Yes.
None of that is true. You've literally invented all of those things.
What?
Which of those things are true?
Which, Interpol, well, he's wanted.
He's not wanted by Interpol. There's no notice from Interpol out for Maduro. We checked.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Well, but he's wanted.
And he was not indicted by the
Well, good? Sure. It's fine. What's a little misspeak when it comes to international arrest warrants? Nothing to see here.
International Criminal
He's
Court.
not indicted.
Netanyahu was, Putin was, not Maduro.
He is under investigation.
So multiple governments are investigated by the ICC. Doesn't mean you can grab them from their beds.
That's right.
Grab them from their beds.
Well,
I love the image of that.
Well, many people would love the image of grabbing Benjamin Netanyahu if you support that.
I'm not here to speak about Netanyahu.
No, you are, because you're making a point about international law, and I'm saying for you to be consistent, do you support other countries doing that to other leaders who actually are indicted, unlike Maduro? Netanyahu has an arrest warrant out for him.
Right. Well, I think if they're dictators who are murdering and oppressing and torturing their own people.
So if they're dictators and they're murdering and oppressing their own people, they should just be rounded up. So when does the Marshal Service show up at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Okay.
And we're not elected and stand in defiance of elections. I think, yes, fair game. Round up the dictators.
Only the dictators, not people who have arrest warrants from the ICC like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, I don't know.
Why do you become so shy when we talk about Netanyahu?
No, I don't know.
You're very confident. Round up the dictators. I say, here's a guy with an arrest warrant. Why not get him?
Well,
you said Maduro was indicted by the ICC. He was not. Netanyahu
he's
was.
under investigation, and he's also by the Human Rights Council.
So hold on. Anyone investigated by the ICC can just be picked up, according to you. This is your law of the jungle.
No, that's not my law of the jungle. I'll go back to what I said.
And why did you say he was indicted when he wasn't? That's not true. Can we at least agree on that?
Well, I don't know. I misspoke, I suppose. I don't know.
So you misspoke when you said there was an international capture order. You misspoke when you said he was indicted.
No, there is definitely an international capture order from the United States and supported by other countries.
That's not an international capture. Any country can indict anyone.
Many other countries also supported it.
That's not how international law works.
It's not my area of specialty. I'm not going to.
You are a.
That's wild. So you have the diplomatic service, of which she is the ambassador to Venezuela. Her name is Vanessa Neumann. Hello, Neumann or Neumann, Neumann. Admitted that she lied. She wouldn't come right out and admit that she lied. So here's where we sit. Fucking war. We're talking about war crimes. We are talking about war crimes that in many cases are punishable by We're talking about treason. In the United States, treason is punishable by, and we're just like nothing to see here, right? And then you get statements like this from the president. And then you get threats. Basically, we're going to send you back to the Stone Age. Those are war crimes. We can connect Bibi to war crimes, just like they did in Gaza. We've got all kinds of examples. Intentionally targeting civilian infrastructure, those are fucking war crimes. As we discuss in this space a lot, you know, I think if there is any silver lining to any of this, and it's difficult to find one, but I'll try to find one. I am a glass half full kind of guy, and it pisses people off, and this is what I think. If we've learned anything from this, potentially, hopefully, is that this entire global network of the same people that are in the Epstein class are also literally pushing the button, literally pulling the strings, literally shifting the levers to commit war crimes to the expense of civilian populations, innocent people, to enrich themselves, to protect themselves. There's now reporting about, we're going to talk about the Iran sort of pushback. If you've not been following the Iran propaganda machine with the Lego memes that they've been making, it is unbelievable. The situation over the weekend with the rescued pilot, Iran is challenging that, saying, no, not at all. In fact, there's this thing, and I want to make sure I get it right. It's called the Hannibal Directive. I just learned about this. I'm just reporting. I'm not saying this was used. I am only sharing this. Okay? I'm only sharing this. Did the U.S. bomb its own airmen after the C-130 MH6 losses in Isfahan? This is what we know. This is disturbing if any of this is true. It's called the Hannibal Directive. New imagery circulating online has brought attention to a high-risk U.S. special operation mission deep inside Iran. Photographs appear to show a destroyed MC-130 Commando 2 aircraft at an improvised forward airstrip south of Isfahan. The location reportedly functioned as a forward arming and refueling point, or FARP, during a rescue mission for a downed F-15E crew member. Alongside the transport aircraft, wreckage of an MH-6AH-6 Little Bird helicopter linked to the elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, the Night Stalkers, has also been identified. According to available inputs, at least 2 C-130 aircraft were rendered inoperable and subsequently destroyed on site. Replacement aircraft reportedly extracted personnel from the area, suggesting the mission was completed under pressure. However, it is difficult to confirm whether the destruction of the aircraft was carried out after the evacuation or was a combat loss. The scale of the debris field and the presence of specialized aviation platforms point to a complex, rapidly assembled operation conducted deep inside hostile territory. The emergence of these images have fueled a wave of online speculation. Iranian state-linked outlets claimed that the wreckage included possible human remains, including what was described as a charred human skull. Trigger warnings. Russian media platforms amplified these claims, leading to a suggestion that the United States may have invoked a version of the so-called Hannibal Directive, a controversial Israeli military protocol aimed at preventing soldier capture even at extreme cost. The concept of the Hannibal Directive originates from Israeli military doctrine and has never been formally acknowledged as part of U.S. operational policy. More importantly, U.S. CENTCOM has categorically stated that no U.S. personnel were unalived in the operation, a figure Iran has contested throughout. U.S. has also acknowledged that the aircraft were deliberately destroyed by U.S. forces. However, it is not clear whether the aircrew was targeted with the aircraft or was evacuated beforehand. The claim, therefore, appears to stem from a combination of visual ambiguity and narrative amplification rather than verifiable facts. The destruction of stranded aircraft is not unusual in special ops. Platforms like the MC-130J and MH-6AH-6 helicopters are equipped with highly sensitive systems, including communication suites, electronic warfare capabilities, and mission-specific modification. Allowing such equipment to fall into adversary hands would pose a significant intelligence risk. In scenarios where aircraft cannot be recovered, standard procedure is to destroy them in place. This ensures that critical technology, operational data, and classified systems are not compromised. The urgency of an extraction in hostile territory often leaves little time for recovery operations, making destruction the only viable option. In the Isfahan case, the immobilization of aircraft likely forced rapid decision-making, whether due to mechanical issues, damage, or logistical constraints. Once extraction was prioritized, asset denial would have followed as a necessary step. Not making that claim. I'm just reporting. So I had never heard of the Hannibal Directive before. So the argument is, I don't know. Don't forget, there's been talks of false flag events. Don't forget, there's been talk about U.S.-led, terrorist attacks to justify what we're seeing. God, I hope that's not fucking true. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? So I had never heard of that before, but ... Guys, go up there and do the thing up in here with the gifts. I don't even know what that is, but hi, Nick. How are you today?
Good morning, Steve. I'm great. This truth social post, I'm feeling that it might be a gift to us almost, because please correct me if I'm wrong. Intent is where we're going to, that's where we differentiate any of this, where they have to prove some sort of intent. This is intent. Those words are intent. They can tiptoe around the school or this and that, but this seems quite intentional. Isn't that like legally where it differentiates?
I would agree when you add that to the statement that he made about, basically bombing them back to the Stone Age. That would certainly violate, according to the Geneva Convention and international law specific to war crimes. It would certainly say, yeah, that's a war crime. You can't just be targeting civilian populations. You can't do it. So you could make the argument that bridges and power plants, like they said, they're hybrid functions. Some functions to support the military, some functions to support civilian populations. But they talk about proportional responses.
Right.
And when the president comes out with a statement that says we're going to bomb you back to the Stone Age, that's not proportional.
And speaking of what they've put out, their PR team or whatever you want to call it, their media, that Lego thing is just, I think they're trying to win us over, honestly. Yes, it's crazy. Do you think that's their key to try to soften us or to see them in a different light?
I think what they're trying to do is trying to say, listen, we don't have a beef with the American public, because that's been the argument from our administration, to say we are out here doing this to protect the American public.
Right.
But the Iranian government, and I want to be very clear about this, I'm not a fan of that terroristic regime.
Right.
I don't think anybody is.
No.
That's not what we're talking about here, though. We're talking about the propaganda machine from our country is getting response from Iran's propaganda machine, and theirs is better than ours. Quite frankly, theirs is better, because they are saying, listen, we have no beef. I read that letter last week from the Iranian president and said, we have no beef with we have no beef with you citizens. We have no beef at all with you guys. But this imperialistic approach by the American administration, by President Trump's administration, and the targeted civilian attacks, that's where we have an issue. So I think you're right. This is intent.
There, just on a side note, there are a lot of things that we aren't really discussing as far as, when they are bombing the oil, where the petroleum, and also they're going after, yes. I mean, the environmental impacts to the people and to the, I'm kind of all over the place, but the health effects it's going to affect people for a very long time. What's in the water, what's now in the land, and they are going, when they attack some of the nuclear holding facilities, those eventually are going to seep out as well. And we are looking at generations that are going to suffer for this. And I don't think we discuss that, because we're looking at immediate, unalivings. And this is so much bigger and so much more devastating than we look at. And I don't know. Where do we go from here, Steve?
That's the question. In the previous administration, we had adults in the room. Now we don't. We have warmongers. We have Christian nationalists. We have Islamophobic members of the cabinet. We have a belief system that it should only be white people in America. We deserve what we have, the European heritage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you combine incompetence with bigotry, racism, and Christian nationalism, that's not a good mix.
Agreed. Thank you so much for doing this as usual.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Again, I'm not back to this whole situation with the Hannibal objective. I am not saying that's what's happening here, but is it a stretch? Really? Because don't forget, the entire point behind American propaganda, when the president and Pete Hegseth just last week said, we have obliterated their air defense, just like they said they had obliterated their nuclear capabilities. We know that's not true, because if they had obliterated their air defense, then why did multiple aircraft get shot down? Why did C-130s get shot down? Why did F-15Es get shot down? Why did helicopters get shot down? Right? So I don't think it's a stretch. I really don't think it's a stretch, because the entire propaganda machine connected to the United States approach is to remind the American people that we are kicking ass and taking names. And that does not seem like the case. Can we trust that it's only 13 service members that have lost their lives so far? Can we trust that? Can we trust the fact that it's only 200 or more that have been injured? Can we trust that? This is why journalism is incredibly fucking important. And I don't know how we get through this hellscape unless we continue to try to report on the news. And that's what we'll do. So, I don't know. It's hard to imagine, but these false flag events, if you put your entire eggs in this basket to say the justification behind this war, whatever it might be, long-range missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, which they don't have, the threat of nuclear, which they don't have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now your approval ratings are cratering, 30%. Gas prices spiking. We're gonna hit $5 a gallon in gas. That's the trajectory. We haven't even gotten the worst of it yet. I follow Mr. Global. I trust him. We haven't gotten the worst. There's like a 3 to 4 week lag. We are now at that lag right now. It's still a choke point in the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, there's negotiations going on. The threat was tomorrow, right? I have a feeling the Iranians are going to call the bluff and said, "You're going to do this, no problem." They are fighting. They understand that they can't. Iran cannot win the military, the toe-to-toe military battle, but they're using Russian drones, right? And the Russians have learned a lot about the drone technology through the situation with Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. It's like $20,000 a pop for these drones going up against multi-million-dollar aircraft. $20,000 drones at a pop going up against multi-million-dollar Tomahawk cruise missiles. And they're winning in many cases. So you've got to change the narrative. Don't forget the big, strong, tough guy military, the alphas, like the war fighters, Pete Hegseth, not going so well. And then we're calling in more troops. And I think part of this is to soften up the United States electorate for a ground invasion. That's my opinion. I hate to say it. My opinion alone can challenge that. That's fine. But I think that's what they're doing here. I think they're trying to say, well, they did this, and we had to go in and do it, and we had to move in with our troops. I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to soften it up, try to continue to say that Iran is a threat to the homeland when we know that's not true, in an attempt to soften up the country of Iran for a ground invasion. I hate to say it. I know that we've got military families in here. I know that we have moms and dads and members of active duty that are in here, and I hope I'm wrong, but it seems like that's where this is headed. So we'll continue to follow it. It is certainly connected to the Epstein files. There's no doubt about that. We're going to get into that in a little bit.
Hey there.
Good morning. Phenomenal. How are you today?
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing? Just was kind of tracking what you were saying. a lot
I
of what
hope
you're
I'm
saying.
wrong. I mean,
No,
I hope I'm
yeah,
wrong, but
we all hope you're wrong, but the problem is everybody has already been right this whole time. He kind of does these things, and I heard what you said earlier about a lot of people classifying that lie central post behind your head that it was trolling. I just don't understand how they really make that make sense. Like, who with the codes and who with the weight of the whole United States military and the power over our men and women, who with that type of power trolls? We're not going to see Putin troll. We're not going to see Xi Jinping troll. They're not going to do that with the type of power that we have behind us. So it's absolutely irresponsible. It's absolutely catastrophic that at this level of escalation, this is the type of post that he tries to put out on what, Americans would consider the most valued Christian day in America. And then on top of that, we have, people that just won't square with it and just won't call it exactly what it is. He's unhinged and disrespectful. The praise be to Allah is so disrespectful coming from someone who classifies themselves as a Christian man. And the fact that we sit here and we, and then with the way you break down the 25th, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke because we would have to really get some people who have had no spines to grow a spine expeditiously. And it's a real joke. So, for the people that say he's just trolling, let that be not the excuse. This man has a lot of power in his hands. He has our military that he can wield, and he has a lot of, people that aren't speaking up and speaking truth to power. So we should not just allow him to troll. And my last thing on the Iran, Lego, trolling, I think it's because we can understand that on the most juvenile level. I think they really have the image that some of his supporters are kind of just not very smart or not very fast. And they definitely will get that if they get nothing else. And so for us to have to watch them troll us, they're giving the energy that they're getting and not to actually take this seriously. I don't think they would have put out Lego memes in this type of situation with any other president, but it speaks to the level of his incompetency. It speaks to the level of his childish-like behavior, and it speaks to how people with real power that can do a lot of harm to a lot of people have had to even dumb themselves down to communicate with him. That should tell us a lot. They're using Legos.
You bring up a really, really great point, like about how they have simplified it, which is why I think they are winning the propaganda fight, because they have simplified this down so much to say, we're going to use Lego characters to tell this story.
Absolutely.
And
every country understands Legos, Steve. Every country, every child, every country, every person, we all understand Legos. We started there. Every person has touched a Lego. If you have the most minuscule of means, you've at least had Legos from childhood. And so for them to break it down to Lego characters and to really show us what they're doing and how out of line and the crimes they're committing, anyone can read it. And we just here won't pick up on it. It's insane.
We've all stepped on Legos in the middle of the night. You're absolutely right.
The worst pain you can feel. A little bitty tiny Lego can cause you the most pain. They're using it.
It's so true. Thank you for that perspective, friend. I appreciate you jumping in today. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, so, it's, I would encourage you to check out some of the videos if you haven't seen them. But it's, she's right. So this is a messaging war that I believe our country, our administration specifically, is losing. This is an economic war that we are losing. This is a, sure, what Pete Hegseth, what the military industrial complex with Pete Hegseth at the helm, they're using is the powerful alpha. They're going to show bombs, they're going to show, destruction and things like that to try to convince their voters that we're winning when in fact we're not. How can you go out with a statement last week to say that we've obliterated their air defenses, and then within 48 hours, numerous aircraft being shot down? So you got to do something. You got to find some way to try to spin this, and they can't. So they're stuck. They're in a really, really bad spot, and I don't know the way out of it, and it's going to cause more loss of life. Good morning, America First. How are you today?
Hey, good morning. So two things. I can't say this enough. I've been saying it for days now, but how far have we slipped into fascism? How far have we lost our identity where the last administration, we allowed Donald Trump to lie in front of cameras, but we fact checked him on a daily basis, documented over 30-something thousand lies, impeached him twice over things that pale in comparison what he's doing on a daily basis. The level of corruption, the level of abuse of power, the quid pro quo with Ukraine means nothing compared to the tariffs and the dealings he has with our allies and adversaries across the world. Now we have gotten to the point where he threatens war crimes. This isn't the first time. What you have in your background is not the first time that he or Pete Hegseth have threatened war crimes.
Correct.
Let's not forget that we're threatening Greenland, we're threatening Panama Canal, we're threatening, we threaten Ukraine, somebody who we've been backing for like years now. Trying to coerce them. Cuba, exactly. We're carrying out war crimes in Cuba right now. Those aren't threats. Those are actual war crimes.
I would agree.
But my point is that even though we're living in this reality, the laws are on the books. And I hear a lot of MAGA that try to justify that the ICC or the ICJ is some type of feckless entity in the world. That's not true. We modeled our own laws to enforce war crimes in the UCMJ, in the United States Code. I think it's USC Code or like USC 18 something that addresses war crimes. They're punishable. Pete Hegseth went to Donald Trump during his last administration and had several of our military members pardoned for committing war crimes. They were prosecuted for committing war crimes. Like Mr. Maximum Lethality instead of tepid legality, he knows that these things are punishable, and he knows that we have enforced it here on soil. Just like the 25th Amendment, just like the impeachments that are coming, these folks know that accountability is coming, and they can try to slow it down. They can try to hamstring it all they want, but justice will be served. Just understand that it's going to be a rockier road as we approach that inevitability.
I agree. I mean, I think, like I said earlier, I was going to try to find the silver lining in all of this. The fact that we are more aware, first of all, aware of what war crimes constitute, and we could argue that many presidents have committed war crimes. We can talk about that. I'd be happy to have that conversation. This is so overt, and Nick talked about this when she came up before about how this is obviously intent. You can't go on the record and say, we are going to bomb you back to the fucking Stone Ages. That's a war crime based on the definition. It's not about interpretation. It's not my opinion. That's what the law says. If you are intentionally targeting civilian populations, that's a war crime. Plain and fucking simple.
Steve, the perfidy in Venezuela, when we disguised a military aircraft as a civilian aircraft. War crime.
Great example. Another good example.
But anyways, thank you for everything you do, man. I appreciate you 1,000%, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things. It's one of these things, right? I don't know where it's going to go, but I guess we'll see.
Hello.
Good morning, Auntie.
How are you doing today? You okay? Do you have a good Easter?
It was interesting. I'm not sure if you saw the part of the show. It was quite a day, but yes. But thanks for being here. What's on your mind?
Yeah. So what I just want to talk about in regards to the current situation with Iran is obviously the impact it's having on the other conflicts as well, such as Trump's decisions to aid and abet Russia by releasing the oil and gas sanctions. Also, I wanted to bring up the other issues with regards to the fact that like the reason why, or one of the primary reasons why European powers are not getting involved in this, or at least we are trying our best not to get involved, is because if we move our chess pieces out of place, that will only allow Russia to do something superiorly stupid here in Europe, like go out, because we know that they're building forces up on the Finnish border. We know that they're building increasing forces up on Latvia and Lithuania's borders and Estonia's borders with themselves. So and then of course you then have Trump who's like, oh fine, I didn't need you anyway. And then 2 days later, he's like, right, if you don't get involved, I'm gonna pull the weapons from Ukraine. Bear in mind, these are weapons that have already been paid for. So I'm kind of just like, I'm looking at this entire situation, and your president has completely lost his mind. He is somebody who, for want of a better phrase, absolutely should not be in that seat at all. And the earliest opportunity, he needs to be 25th. And now I know for Americans, the concern would be, oh, well, that just leaves you with J.D. Vance. But at least with J.D. Vance, yes, he may have a bit more Christian ideologicalness about him, which is for an internalist basis very worrying, because obviously we know what's happening inside your country. But at least that's somebody that the rest of us can maybe do some business with as far as, calm things down. Because right now, all the alliances are being ripped apart. We are seeing more and more pressure on various nations to get involved in conflicts which we ourselves cannot. And just for the Americans in the room to listen in right now, we can handle a two-front war from the European perspective. We can handle a conflict with Russia. We can even handle having to deal with the Middle East. But we cannot deal a third phase war, which is also the fact that we know that Greenland and Canada is still under threat under a Trump presidency. We cannot handle a three-fronted war, and that is something that I think a lot of people just don't appreciate. And so, what's your take on when they are likely to put in the 25th Amendment to remove this crazy bastard from basically putting the world into World War III?
Yeah, thanks for jumping in, Auntie. I'll drop you down. I'll answer that question. Thanks for being here today. I appreciate it. I don't. To be honest, I don't know if they will. Quite frankly, there was rumors over the weekend of the president being at Walter Reed. It's hard to determine that because this is the least transparent administration in history, even though they want to tell you that they're the most. I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know. I wanted to, I know I was going to get asked that question today, and I wish I could give a better answer, but I just don't see it happening. The reason is timing, right? So this is political. So J.D. Vance has to be, we've got to get to another calendar year so that he could run again in 2032, if that's the case, if he were to be elected. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say, but she's right. I mean, he's a malignant narcissist. He's the worst kind of. It's almost like the worst kind of personality disorder to be the president of the United States, right? It's almost the worst kind because he's in failing health. He is obviously in cognitive decline, but his cognitive decline, because he is the malignant narcissist that he is, it just is so much worse. We could objectively say that Joe Biden was in cognitive decline, but Joe Biden's a good man, just a decent man, kind-hearted, empathetic, understanding, just old. Donald Trump has been a monster his entire fucking life. So when you see, when there's, first of all, he's never had a filter. And when you see it now, he's dangerous. He's dangerous. So I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. All right, let's get back to a few things. But as we were just discussing, this whole situation is so complicated, just because of the fact that the propaganda machine is in our faces. And if you guys have learned anything from me, and if it's one thing that I've hoped you've learned from me in the time that you've been watching is media literacy and how and why it is so important. Now you can think about two separate channels here. We've got the propaganda that's coming from the White House, which is trying to convince the American voters that we are winning this war, that we've obliterated their nuclear capabilities, which we didn't apparently, because why would we be back there? That we've cleared the skies, that we are controlling the airspaces. That can't be true because they shot down fighter jets, they shot down cargo jets, they shot down helicopters. We're losing that fight. They're doubling down. That's why you see things like this to try to say, hey, let's go get them. And then you've got the propaganda coming from the Iranian government. You've got people, you've got people in, how do I want to say this? The statement from the president of Iran last week was really telling to me. Now, people could say that that's propaganda, and yes, it is. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about that. The issue, though, is the message was very clear. That message went to the American public. Now, I think it was Nick that mentioned this earlier. Are they trying to drum up support internally and create division? Yeah, that's what propaganda does. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The question is, who then do we believe? We have enough evidence to distrust this administration. It's not even a question, because it's a deluge. Is that the word? Yeah, it's a deluge of lies every single day. Now, this whole Operation Hannibal, the Hannibal operation, the Hannibal objective. I'm not up here stating specifically that the U.S. military targeted a downed ship with a potential survivor in it. I'm just saying there is something that exists. It is a directive from the IDF, the Israeli military. Why would we not think that would be possible? Why would we not think there would be false flags on domestic soil to justify what we're doing there? The Iranians are clearly not backing down. They are clearly not backing down. You know, we've got Pete Hegseth's stockbroker wanting to make massive investments into the military-industrial complex just days before we invaded. And so who do we believe, right? Who do we believe? Public service announcement real quick. There's 2,200 people in here. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you guys. If you could tap the screen, tapping is clapping, liking is loving, and sharing is caring. Please consider contributing to the gifting goal. If we had the dollar train right now and we get half of those folks in here, we could blow past 10K today. That would be awesome. That would put us in a really good place as we march towards our Do Something tour. So thank you all in advance. I really, really appreciate you. Again, I don't know, but as I've told you guys numerous times, there are so many connections here to Russia. So I want to talk about that briefly, because if we think about the entire directive of Project 2025, I'm going to read you a couple of elements of it. And I went back to this because I refer to it often. I'm like, oh, it was FCC. Yep, that was in there. The Federal Trade Commission. Yep, that was in there. The elimination of Schedule F employees. You know, the bureaucratic deep state. Yep, that was in there too. The dissolving of foreign aid programs like USAID, going after Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau, going after the National Institute of Health, et cetera, all those kinds of things, all that shit is in Project 2025. And then what does Project 2025 have to say about NATO? Well, before I play that for you, I'm gonna play this sound, because this is very telling, and this is the president either thinking he knows something or having no fucking clue, because this is all related to me. This is all related, right? So this was from a few days ago.
Are you rethinking the United States' relationship with NATO possibly getting out?
Well, I'm disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions over the years, many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think about. I don't need Congress for that decision, as you probably know.
Okay, remember that. Remember that statement the president just made, that he doesn't need Congress for that decision to pull us out of NATO. Just remember that for a second, okay?
Make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But You know, when you say rethink, I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment.
Okay. So, in December of 2023, because of statements that Donald Trump made during his first administration, in December of 2023, Congress passed a law as part of the National Defense Authorization Act that says the president cannot withdraw the U.S. from NATO alone. It requires either approval by 2/3 of the Senate, because the Senate is the governing body in our system of government that is responsible for treaties. So it requires a 2/3 vote in the Senate or a law in general passed by Congress. So the president, literally sitting in the Oval Office, lied to the American people again. So, MAGA, I know many of you are in here today. I need you to know something. I need you to understand something. The president has been telling you for decades. This goes back to the 90s, the late 80s and 90s. He has always been against NATO. Coincidentally, just around the same time that he was being approached by Russian operatives within the Russian government. But I'm sure that's just a coincidence. I've told you every fucking day in this space, you look at his foreign policy decisions and who does it benefit? I'm not talking about the financial side. I'm not talking about the personal gains for the Trump family and the Trump administration. I'm talking about from a foreign policy perspective. Who do these decisions benefit? When he threatens to cut off resources to Ukraine, who does that benefit? When he removes sanctions, allows Russia to sell oil to countries that they were denied access to, who does that benefit? Who does it benefit for the United States to take Greenland? Who does that benefit? Who does it benefit for the United States to take Venezuela? Who does that benefit? Who does it benefit for the United States to be out of NATO? It benefits Russia. Plain and fucking simple. Now, I don't expect a lot of logistic or logic when it comes to applying what I just talked about with you guys, but I've spent a lot of time unpacking this shit. We've got financial connections. We've got financial crimes. We've got secret meetings in Helsinki. We've got secret meetings in the Oval Office. We've got Michael Flynn denying access or denying conversations with the Russian government. We've got Paul Manafort. We've got the Mueller report, all these kinds of things. It all points to one thing and one thing only, and that would be Vlad and Bibi, quite frankly. Here we are once again, threatening to remove the United States from NATO. Who does it benefit? Because on the collective, Russia is not afraid of the EU by itself. They're afraid of the United States being involved because of Article 5, right? And don't forget, the only time that Article 5 has ever been used was when the U.S. was attacked, 9/11. NATO was there at the ready, as agreed upon. And now there's all kinds of reportings. Again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but like every conspiracy theory, every good conspiracy theory, there's always a dot that you can connect to some kernel of truth, as they say. Was that a false flag? Was there influence from the Israeli government? I'm not going out on a limb to say that just yet, but man, oh man, when you start to unpack this fucking shit. So once again, who benefits? So for the president to make a statement that I don't need Congress, MAGA, he is fucking lying to you, okay? Now, could he, in theory, cut off some funding? Yeah, could do that, because don't forget, the first time he was impeached, the reason that he was impeached the first time is because he violated the law. Once monies and or resources are appropriated through Congress, because Congress writes the checks, as you guys know, because you're the smartest chat on TikTok, the president has, I think it's 30 days or 60 days to say no, right? That's why he got impeached, because it was extortion over President Zelensky. That's the reason he got impeached, specifically. Not just the phone call itself, but because he was violating the law, which would then be high crime and misdemeanor. Okay? Back in those are just mild war crimes back then. Those are just mild high crimes and misdemeanors. So now here we are again. Now he in theory could work with Congress, could get his Christian nationalist cult members to say we're not going to fund NATO anymore, but the president cannot pull us out of NATO. Okay? Again, only way to do so is one of two ways. Either approval by 2/3 of the Senate or by a law passed. The law was specifically designed to prevent a president from exiting NATO on their own. Because of all the shit that the president has said throughout his life, things he tried to do during his first administration. You remember that infamous meeting in Helsinki? You remember that, right? I'm sorry, I'm just going to play this again because I think the timing is when you hear all this, Trump bombed Helsinki. Everybody keep tapping, please. Thank you all very, very much. Certainly, if you want to contribute to the Do Something tour, I see some folks that started the $1 a day. I appreciate you all very, very much. Okay, I just want to play this again. I've played it before. I played it numerous times, but every single time these kinds of shit comes up, I'm reminded of this fucking meeting because this tells us so much. This is back to the first administration. This is July of 2018, an infamous meeting in Helsinki, Finland, between the president, Trump at the time, and Vlad.
It was one of the most extraordinary moments between an American president and a Russian leader. Their meeting framed by Friday's Justice Department indictment of 12 Russian agents for election meddling and the judgment of U.S. intelligence agencies, including Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats, that Russia interfered. President Trump asked, "Who do you believe, President Putin or the U.S. intelligence community?" His answer?
People came to me, Dan Coats came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be.
And the president complimenting an offer from Putin. Instead of turning over the indicted Russian agents, Russian officials would question the agents themselves, with special counsel Bob Mueller present.
I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think that's an incredible offer.
Tonight, the president's own intelligence chief, Dan Coats, shot back with a rare rebuke. "We have been clear in our assessment of Russian meddling in the 2016 election, and we will continue to provide unvarnished and objective intelligence in support of our national security." Critics like former Obama CIA Director John Brennan unleashing.
It's something that is a disgrace, and that all Americans should be ashamed of that performance of somebody who holds the title of President of the United States.
Election meddling among the flashpoints that have helped sink U.S.-Russia relations. Others include Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea and its backing of a Syrian regime that used chemical weapons. But this morning,
Don't forget, John Brennan was a target of the Department of Justice trying to get an indictment against him. Why? Oh, maybe because he called fucking balls and strikes? Maybe.
President Trump blaming tensions on the U.S. and the Mueller investigation. Tweeting, "Our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity. And now, the rigged witch hunt."
I want people to understand that statement. This is from the president himself, okay? Remember how we say Russia? We're not talking about how they're advantaging Russia, pulling out of NATO. Our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity, and now the rigged witch hunt. Okay.
Today asked, does he think Putin bears any responsibility?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think that the probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart.
Every time I hear this, I get so fucking angry. The president of the United States deferring to Russia. Yeah, like it's our fault that Russia invaded. It's our fault. It's the United States' fault that Russia interfered in our elections. Okay.
It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign. And they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily. And frankly, we beat her.
Putin revealing for the first time who he wanted to win.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because he talked about bringing the Russian relationship back to normal, Putin said.
Was there anything behind it, or was he just being honest at that moment?
I think he's being honest, and I think he wants to cooperate with Trump. I think Trump is somebody that he thinks will do a lot of good for Russia. Whether this relationship will do a lot of good for America is a different question.
Those 4 hours inside Helsinki's presidential palace, a sharp 180 from President Trump's tense showdown last week with many NATO allies.
I think we will end up having an extraordinary relationship. I hope so. I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard over the years, and as I campaigned, that getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
But Putin tonight dismissing suspicions that Russia has compromising information on the president.
Does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
I did hear this rumor, he said. It is hard to imagine nonsense on a bigger scale than this.
And I have to say, if they had it, it would have been out long ago.
We only have their accounts of what happened because President Trump and Putin spoke for more than 2 hours behind closed doors with just translators in the room. President Trump says there is the possibility of future meetings, and he's hopeful for progress on nuclear proliferation, among other issues.
You can form your own opinions on that, for sure. But this goes back decades. He's been talking about dissolving NATO for decades. Who does it benefit? Connect the dots. Who does it benefit if we cut funding to Ukraine? Russia. Who does it benefit if the United States takes Greenland? Russia. Who does it benefit if the United States takes Venezuela? Russia. Who does it benefit? Russia and China. Who does it benefit if we take Cuba? Russia. Who does it benefit when we release or relax sanctions on the sale of Russian oil? Russia. So MAGA, I know in the past you wanted to say that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was justified. Are you able to connect any dots? I do a lot of work for you all to educate you because our chat is the smartest there is. I do this for you because this is what we're fucking talking about. And here we are again. Here we are again. Another fucking war, more fucking propaganda, more fucking lies told by this administration to justify their bullshit. And who wins in the end? Who wins in the end? The new world order that conspiracy theorists on the right have been talking about is right in front of you. Right in front of you. Russia gets their piece, China gets their piece, and Donald Trump gets his piece. What do you think the Board of Peace is? What do you think the Board of Peace is? Why do you think he's selling memberships to the Board of Peace? Who are the people that are on it? Don't forget, just last week, he praised Viktor Orban, a guy that constantly works to take away constitutionally protected rights for the Hungarian people. He praised him. He's the guy he's basically broken bread with or broken Big Macs with down at fucking Mar-a-Lago. Do you understand? No, you don't. A few people I want to thank first. Jesus Christ. Thank you to Stephanie on the V. Thank you. Stephanie says, joining the dollar train. Love what you do. Thank you, Stephanie. It's very kind of you. I appreciate you very, very much. Also, Angela, thank you for all you do. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate you very much. Thank you to Leah. Leah joined the dollar train as well. Thank you, Leah. Appreciate you. Santana, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Santana, thank you for the $25 donation. I appreciate you for the Do Something tour. Thank you, Santana. I appreciate you, man. Talk about a man doing the work. That guy. Also, Rebecca, thank you so much for the tour. I appreciate you very much. Also, over on the green, thank you to Marnie. Thank you for your kindness in support of the Do Something tour. Appreciate you. Also to Josie, thank you very much. I appreciate you very, very much. You're very kind. Here's where we sit, guys. right? You hear it every single day. You hear it. You think I make this shit up? You think I like to talk about the American president in bed with Russia? You know, at the expense of what? We have to come out of this. At some point, there will no longer be a Donald Trump, but we've already reestablished the world trade balance. Iran is negotiating with China. The destruction of the petrodollar. Don't forget, the U.S. currency being the standard, right? Being the standard for purchases of oil globally. If all of a sudden, if that moves to the yuan, for what reason? To enrich himself? And you guys just don't fucking care. It just feels like you just don't care. And that's the worst part to me. Why would you not care? You should.
Yeah, there are outfits.
Hypothetical. How are you today?
I am well in yourself.
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I am well in yourself.
Can you turn the volume? Can you turn the TV, sir? Can you turn the TV down, please?
Yeah, no, I moved away from the TV.
Good.
Okay, I just want to know the Venezuela oil situation, right? He took the oil from Venezuela, basically not allowing China to get their oil, which China obviously buys a lot of oil from Venezuela. Then he attacks Iran to push up the value of that oil from Venezuela. He stops Mexico from delivering oil to Cuba, and then Russia gets to deliver oil to Cuba. So my question is, could he be doing a 1941 and trying to do a oil embargo on China at the same time?
Likely. I mean, you're talking about what we did with Japan. Likely.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. Yeah. I just wanted to drive my theory is on the right path.
I think it's a little bit different, but don't forget there are other oil producers now. There are quite a few more oil producers now than there were back then. So yeah, I mean, I think it's true, but I think there are other options for China as well. You know, China's already gotten the signal. They're trying to move away from oil consumption because they've invested heavily in their alternative energy programs, but I don't think it's a stretch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, the other thing is, last thing. The Epstein call logs. I haven't seen any reporting on Epstein call logs. Because if you want to connect people,
the
Epstein call logs. Yeah.
Oh, the core logs from the files. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in just a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Yeah. Again, listen. This is going to shake down whoever's going to shake down. Call logs, exactly. Yeah, we've talked about that before. All right, I want to move to a bit of a different category because this is not going to this is not going to go away. We're still going to continue to cover it. Just want to make sure I finished what I was talking about as far as the. Oh, okay. We talked about NATO, right? Because the president has been going after NATO for years. And I'm thinking, where would that come from? Like, how, why is he so hot to trot on it now? What the Constitution says about the president's ability to pull us in or out of NATO. The president gives the president the power over foreign policy and treaties, but gives the Senate a role in approving treaties with a 2/3 vote. Reinforced by that law that was passed in 2023, the reason that Congress had to do that was because of threats the president made during his first term, including the sound that you just heard. It does not explicitly say how the U.S. exists within treaties. Could a president try anyway? Sure. Congress would likely challenge it in court. It would go to the Supreme Court. Allies and military leadership would face uncertainty during the dispute. The reason it matters is because, of course, Article 5 would be an attack on one as an attack on all others. And President has said, basically, we're not going to come to your aid, NATO countries. Who does that benefit? Russia. The U.S. is the largest military contributor by far because we have the largest defense budget. We're not the highest percentage. I think that's Poland and a few other countries contribute more, but we continue more from a dollars and cents perspective because our military budget and our GDP is higher than the rest. Leaving NATO would dramatically reshape global alliances. Who does that benefit? Impact U.S. military strategy in Europe. Who does that benefit? And then likely shifts powers towards countries like, say it with me, friends, Russia and China. Bottom line, before 2023, a president might have had a plausible path to withdraw alone. Now they are legally blocked with Congress. Here's the other part of this. What does Project 2025 say about NATO? 1, transform the U.S. This is from Project 2025. Project 2025 proposes shifting primary responsibility for deterring Russia to European countries, reducing U.S. military presence and commitment in Europe. Who does it benefit? Ask yourself, every time I give you an example of what's in Project 2025, ask yourself who it benefits. And then think about everything we've talked about. We did a week-long show on financial connections from from the Russian government to the Trump family business, buying up multiple floors in buildings in New York and around, and then never occupying them. The sale of a property in Florida, a Palm Beach property that Jeffrey Epstein tried to buy, that went to a Russian oligarch who never took up occupancy, sold it years later for like 4x, right? Right? Questions about Moscow, the Trump era property in Moscow, rumors about the PP tape, connections to Russian teens who were brought in, Russian teens and Russian girls who were brought into Epstein's orbit. You think all these things are coincidences? They can't all be coincidences, can they? Of course not. All right, pushing allies to do more, burden sharing on steroids. The plan emphasizes NATO allies should carry more of the defense burden. U.S. support becomes more conditional and transactional. This fits a broader theme in Project 2025 that prefer bilateral deals over long-term alliances, like if it's convenient will help, and then prioritize U.S. national interest first over collective commitments. Sounds a little like isolationism to me. We'll talk about that in just a moment. And then narrow the U.S. security guarantee. These are all things from Project 2025, okay? Thank you. Appreciate that, Shelley. It suggests a U.S. nuclear umbrella should still exist for NATO, but European allies should handle most conventional ground defenses themselves without the United States' support. The U.S. would still deter nuclear war because of the presence of our nuclear weapons, and I think no one should have nukes. I think they should be gone off the face of the earth, but might step back from day-to-day military defenses in Europe, which means we would close bases, we would pull personnel. This is what MAGA doesn't understand. The intelligence that we get from NATO countries alone and our Five Eye partners, the intelligence alone that we get is so worth our investment. But that's fine, nothing to see here. Another Project 2025 tenet, less reliance on alliances like NATO in general, more independent, flexible, case-by-case foreign policy decisions. Critics say this could undermine trust among allies, which we're already seeing, and then signal that the U.S. commitments are less reliable. It doesn't call directly for leaving NATO, but it would certainly weaken NATO significantly or function as a de facto step back. So who does it benefit? So for Vladimir Putin, who has been playing Trump like a fucking puppet, he wants NATO to go bye-bye. Don't forget, Vladimir Putin has called for the end of the Soviet Union to be the biggest foreign policy disaster in global history, of the 20th century at least. That's what he says. So he's wanted nothing more than to reassemble the Soviet Union, right? So how do you do that? You can't do it if the U.S. is involved. If the U.S. is not there anymore, who's going to stop him? Who's going to stop him rolling through Europe? Who's going to stop him? You know, who is it? It would have to be Europe to reunite. They would have no choice. But without the U.S.'s military support, don't forget we provide a lot of our allies with a lot of our weapons. If we stop doing that, what happens? So we talk about isolationism. Don't forget, after World War I, Woodrow Wilson decided, you know what? We don't want to be involved. So the Versailles Treaty was signed. It was very clear as to what Yahtzee Germany could do because the U.S. was not involved. No one was really watching. We became isolated, right? We became isolated. Meanwhile, Germany is rebuilding. Germany's rebuilding the military, et cetera, and we know what happened. We make these historical comparisons because they're relevant. They're constantly relevant. There's always been a common thread. There's always been a common thread since the 1930s and 1940s. It has been the Soviet Union and now Russia. Make up your own minds. But it's pretty bad. Okay. Everybody keep tapping, please. Appreciate y'all very much. Somebody requested. I'm not sure where they went. I'll be having that issue with folks requesting and then not connecting. It's been strange. The app's been behaving a little bit strangely of late. Hey, Rusty. Hey, Sanjay. Okay. All right. So let's shift gears a little bit because there's still so much there to talk about, and we'll go back to it because there's a few other things that I wanted to touch on. I do want to remind folks now that the Pam Bondi lost her job, in case you didn't know. So I've got a little bit of a sound. I found this creator, and I think it's her breakdown is just right. It's right on point. Thank you, Obi. I appreciate you, bro. I was going to play some sound from Paula White Cain. Actually, let's play that because again, in support of this was Paula White Cain, who's the president's spiritual advisor, who's just doors down from the Oval Office, who, by the way, has gone on the record, or has never mind gone on the record, who has literally spoken in tongues and has gathered people outside of the White House, on White House grounds, on taxpayer grounds, and has said some wild-ass fucking shit. This is what she had to say over the weekend in anticipation of Easter. So I don't know if she knew this was going to be coming out, but this is what she had to say.
As you said, this is probably my favorite subject to talk about. First off, to give honor to God and to President Trump for being bold and unwavering with his faith. Many people don't know, like you do, and say hello to Eric and everyone in the family, about the upbringing of President Trump, that he went to sometimes 3 times a week to, he said it depended on the teacher, to Saturday school, Sunday school, church. It was at Norman Vincent Peale's. Church was a big part of his life, of course.
Wow. What? Don't forget, he was asked about his favorite verse in the Bible, couldn't come up with one. Are you a New Testament guy or an Old Testament guy? Both. Held the Bible upside down at that famous Lafayette Square church during when he violated the rights of U.S. citizens, and then asked his military if they could just shoot them in the legs. Yeah. There's that. Okay, so I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about Todd Blanche, because Todd Blanche is now the acting attorney general. Todd Blanche was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. You know, no conflict of interest. None at all. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there at all. He's now the interim attorney general. There's been a whole bunch of names that have been mentioned. Lee Zeldin, who is a complete fucknut. Eric Schmidt, I believe, is a senator from Missouri, who's another complete fucknut, complete radical right. There's a name that I don't know it's getting talked about enough, and I heard Cass talk about this, about how Ken Paxton may be a name that you might see in circles. Primarily because the president is so, not the president, he doesn't know shit, but his administration and people in his circle are so afraid of the Texas Senate race, like terrified of the Texas Senate race. They want to clear the field because they're thinking that the division between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton in Texas is going to split the vote, and then Tallarico will win. I think Tallarico's going to win anyway. That's just my opinion. But if you get Paxton out of the way, maybe it makes it easier, then more money can go into the state, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Ken Paxton's name, I don't know them here and talk about it, but I would not be surprised. Anyway, this is Todd Blanche. This is before he got the nod to replace Pam Bondi as AG. Just listen to what he had to say. And he's saying this, I don't think this landed the way he expected it to land, but this is what he had to say.
Everybody's afraid that the next administration, if we don't win, we're going to all be investigated and indicted. Think about that. This is not a third world country. This is America. And the existing administration is afraid that they're going to get indicted. And why are they afraid? Because that's exactly what happened during the last administration. All of President Trump's cabinet, everybody that worked in the White House, his Secret Service detail had to go to the grand jury.
I think that was at CPAC, right? I think he's thinking that, can you believe that they're going to investigate us and indict us and charge us? And we're like, yeah, no fucking shit, my guy. Like, yeah, because last time I checked, we still do live in a system that does have laws. And if you break the law, you're in trouble. So let's listen to some of the most recent statements from Todd Blanche. He has been doing the rounds. He's on with Jesse Waters on April 2nd, so Saturday. Here you go.
In files. You'd agree not handled well? And I don't, first of all, I have never heard President Trump say that the Attorney General that anything that happened to her had anything to do with the Epstein files. And so.
Are you kidding me, Todd? Are you kidding me? Don't forget, the Dow is at 50,000. That testimony went so horribly. She was due to testify again next week. Todd, we're smarter than the people that you're talking to. So we can see right through this shit. But you continue to play your game here, my guy.
Look, the Epstein files has been a saga that's lasted for the past year. And what happened when the president signed the Transparency Act is the Department of Justice has now released all the files with respect to the Epstein saga. And the Attorney General Bondi and I appeared in front of Congress voluntarily a couple weeks ago to answer.
Let's be clear, voluntarily, behind closed doors, but not under oath. Just so we're clear. So, MAGA, I just want to let you know something. You're going to hear that soundbite likely. And they appeared behind closed doors, but not under oath. Cool.
Any questions they had. We have made every single congressman, senator available to come and see any document, redacted, unredacted, that they.
That's not true, because you got called out on some of your bullshit, stating that everything is here, it's all visible, and then members of Congress had to say, no, that's not what happened. Then they had to go back and say, why are these files redacted? They're not supposed to be.
Want. And so I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of this Justice Department, it should not be a part of anything going forward.
It shouldn't be a part of anything going forward? Really, Todd?
Everybody's afraid.
Why would you say that, Todd? And then this one is the one that really gets me. So this is from he sat down with Laura Ingraham. This is the one that really kind of, well, here you go.
Any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted. Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American.
If we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, we will.
People need to understand that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence.
videotapes that you all have? Or
they're all released. They're all released. There were some
beyond the ones
not of any individuals, men having improper, sex or anything with victims, but there's videos. They're all released for everybody to see.
Really? Well, enter Project Veritas. So I don't know if you know this, but Project Veritas has been doing some work. They are interesting individuals, I must say, but they've been able to, secure some interesting sound and some footage. So about a year ago, almost a year to the day, Pam Bondi was caught on a hot mic moment. You just heard what Todd Blanche said. Well, there's no video of no big deal, right? There's no video, but nothing to see here. It was video, but nothing bad. Well, Pam Bondi would disagree with you. This.
No, you know what it is? There's tens and thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all with little kids.
So the quote is, in case you can't hear it, this is Pam Bondi being caught on a hot mic. Now, you know what it is, though. There are tens and thousands of videos, and it's all with little kids. So the FBI has to go through every one.
So they have to go through every one.
That footage was taken. So then how do we square that? So Pam Bondi has seen everything. She is telling him on this hot mic moment that there are tens of thousands of videos with little kids. And Todd Blanche wants you to think that, well, everything's been released. There's nothing to see here, right? If there's a crime, we're going to investigate it. Okay, so then let's cue Kash Patel. Where is that soundbite? Hang on one second. Just listen. Just listen to the sound again, just so we can be very clear what Pam Bondi just said. You can hear it in her own words. You look at this.
No, you know what it is? There's tens and thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all with little kids, so they have to go through every one.
Now you know what it is, though. There are tens and thousands of videos, and it's all with little kids, so they have to go through every one. Okay, so then Kash Patel shows up to Congress. This is months after Pam Bondi made that infamous statement. And then he's being grilled by John Kennedy. Kash Patel's name has come up recently as somebody who might be on the chopping block. Numerous other members of the cabinet are also considered to be, at risk of their job. Again, you heard it. Todd Blanche said there's videos. It's all been released. Nothing to see here. That was just a couple weeks ago. Okay. Pam Bondi, in April of last year, there are tens and thousands of videos of pictures with little kids. So we have to go through them all, which means they have all seen it. Blanche has seen it. Patel has seen it. Dan Bongino probably saw some. Pam Bondi saw it. And then this was Kash Patel being grilled by Senator Kennedy, during his hearing. Hold on.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
Okay, so let's just pause there for a second, okay? The argument that Kash Patel is attempting to make is that the 1,200 that we know of girls that were trafficked, girls that were raped, trigger warnings, girls that were raped, girls that were abused, girls that were tortured, girls that were kidnapped, girls that were disappeared, girls that disappeared, that vanished, right? That they were only trafficked to JE. That they were only trafficked to Ghislaine Maxwell. Never mind the numerous witness statements, never mind Prince Andrew, never mind Les Wexner, never mind all the others, never mind any of them. Kash Patel, under oath, in front of Congress, said this.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
The information that you have. The information that you have that your boss, Pam Bondi, said in that famous quote, just real quick, Kash, we like to tell the story here.
Videos? Yeah, and it's all with little kids, so they have to go through.
No, you know what it is, though? There are tens and thousands of videos, and it's all with little kids, so they have to go through every one. Kash, booby, not a good look.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee.
Keep in mind, this is before the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We are at the 108th day of the Trump administration and the federal government violating the law by not releasing everything in accordance to the law.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders. And the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
The reason those judges declined is because there are rules connected to grand jury testimony and witness statements. So let's be fucking real here. See, this is the thing, right? This is the issue that I have with our legacy media. How come they're not talking about this like we are? How come they're not connecting these fucking dots? Now, I understand they don't have the luxury of doing a 4-hour show, but where, with the exception of Julie K. Brown, who else is fucking talking about this? Why are they not connecting these dots? Why are they not taking Todd Blanche's words saying, listen, we've released everything. There's really nothing to see here. Pam Bondi and caught in a hot mic moment saying, yeah, there's tens of thousands of pictures and videos with little kids. So that would tell you, is it only Jeffrey Epstein? Is it only him that's abusing these little kids? Obviously not. Obviously not. Why are we not going back and absolutely dragging this fucking piece of shit, Kash Patel, in front of Congress again? He's going to get fired because he's going to get subpoenaed again. Here's my prediction. He's going to get subpoenaed again to appear, and he's going to get fired too. Yep.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House.
Okay, so you release everything that you're legally permitted to do so. 108 days ago, the Epstein File Transparency Act went into effect. You were supposed to release everything then, and yet you haven't. So no, Kash, you're lying again.
On the subpoena request, we have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to.
Complied with what? You complied with the fucking subpoena? I'm sorry I keep stopping this. I'll start from the beginning uninterrupted, but this is my point, right? Every step of the way, this administration has denied the existence. Initially, I have a better background for this, actually. Right here. Thank you, Gregory, for putting that together. Peepaw. Gregory Legend, Peepaw. He's denied it at every step of the way. Kash Patel is not very smart. Let's be real. He's not very smart. So he doesn't have media training. So he doesn't understand how you can navigate through testimony without making yourself look like a pathetic fucking liar and lying through your teeth. Right? Lying through your teeth.
To do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that.
Yeah.
Cash, this issue's not going to...
All right, I'm just going to play this from the beginning because the sound is too important. Here you go again.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders, and the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Sorry, here's the thing. If I had a chance to grill him, or if he comes back before the House or the Senate to testify, I would be playing these sound bites on loop, like playing them on loop. This is what you said. You know that was a lie because your boss told you in advance that there were videos and pictures. So you know that was a lie. So you perjured yourself, Kash. You lied under oath. Michael Cohen went to jail for lying under oath. Who is going to hold these pathetic pieces of shit accountable? And I will use this moment to remind people on the left, okay, about the importance of your vote. I understand during the primary season, lobby and campaign and fund for your candidates, no matter whom they are. When the time comes, though, to vote, if you want any hope of holding these pathetic fucking monsters accountable, then you need to vote for Democrats so that they can have the majority, so that they can either institute articles of impeachment or drag these motherfuckers in front of a Senate hearing and in front of a House hearing and demand that they answer these questions. Because what he is doing here, what he's doing, what Pam Bondi did, what Kash Patel did, what other members in the cabinet have done, is they are protecting abusers of children. They are a group of pedophiles protecting a group of pedophiles. Plain and fucking simple. If you claim to care, then you've got to swallow your own selfishness and fucking vote for the Democrat. I don't give a fuck who it is. You need the fucking majority to have a chance, to have a fighting fucking chance to hold these people accountable. Can you do that? I hope so.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that. Cash, this issue's not going to go away.
Nope.
And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women,
girls,
for sex
Let's
to
call
himself.
What they are. They're girls, John. They're girls.
They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to.
Girls, children.
And that's a very fair question.
Children.
I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the two prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration.
And the Trump administration.
They didn't release anything.
And the Trump administration.
And it was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone.
Arrest them all. Arrest every fucking one of them. Arrest everyone. You left out a few elements there, though, Cash, didn't you? You left out the fact that Alex Acosta and Jay Lefkowitz, who was Jeffrey Epstein's personal lawyer, negotiated that plea deal in Florida. You left that part out, didn't you? I won't leave it out. I'll remind you, Cash. You forgot about that part, didn't you? That they negotiated this sweet fucking settlement because there was a federal indictment that would have sent this motherfucker to jail, J.E., for decades. He would not have gotten out. That sweetheart deal that he got allowed him to be out of jail for 12 hours a day. And what did he do? He went around and abused girls. John Kennedy, not young women. They were girls. They were fucking children. Again, John, they were children. Okay? You forgot about that part. You forgot about mentioning the fact that Donald Trump made Alex Acosta his labor secretary. You forgot about that too, didn't you, Cash? Well, we didn't. So if you want to play that little fucking game, dude, I'm smarter than you. I'm better at this shit than you are. You want to go toe-to-toe, Cash? I will drag your ass so fucking unmercilessly, I'll make you run back to the fucking hole that you crawled out of. I mean, I'm sure that would never happen, but seriously, this shit is just so fucking aggravating to me that they're going to allow this to happen. And where the fuck is the media calling this shit out? Why are they not dragging him? I would love somebody on a Sunday show to say, every single day we have asked Kash Patel to come in and answer questions. Where the fuck are they? Where are they? How can that statement alone just sort of be passed off to the dustbin of history? Just want to go through this little section again. He asked to be able to address something.
Administration. They didn't release anything.
Understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the two prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration.
And the Trump administration. Don't forget about that, Cash. Did you conveniently leave that out? Do you want the American people to forget that between Biden and Obama was Trump? You know, Trump who made Alex Acosta his labor secretary? That guy? And don't forget Trump who appointed Howard Nutlick to his cabinet, who fucking lied about his relationship? the numerous people in the Trump administration who are connected to the Epstein network? Where the fuck are you why are you not calling them out, Cash? Why are you not investigating any of them? You're totally fine dragging Bill and Hillary. And first of all, why the fuck is Hillary Clinton testifying about crimes committed by men? Why the fuck is she there to talk about it at all? Probably just a bit of careless investigating, right? Sure, nothing to see here.
Administration. They didn't release anything. And it was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future.
That was Bush, by the way, my guy. Keep that in mind.
Future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling
you did say that, you fucking idiot. Oh my God.
Telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI.
That word, credible, right? So they've used that a lot, and words matter in the way in which you position something. So the argument that they're attempting to make through this entire thing is that none of the evidence that includes Donald Trump's name, as a reminder, right? Let me just do this real quick. Just give me a second here. You guys are going to be impressed. While Kash Patel is talking about that, saying that there's no credible evidence, what he's attempting to do is try to say any of the information in there that gives Donald Trump's name, that includes Trump's name, we all should consider not credible, right? Well, that's easy when you go through that exercise. That's simple, because when you get information from the Oversight Committee, right? When you get, this is the entire, what this is it's a dot matrix connect. Each dot is an email thread released by the Oversight Committee. Okay, this is in the e-files when they got that through subpoena. Okay, that's what they got, right? So we have that, right? We have that as a benchmark, and then we start to poke through the files, and then we realize a very telling statistic, and that stat is this. Hang on one second. When you break it down, you get more data that connects the president to criminality. What they want to tell you, what they want to try to convince you of, is that it's not credible. Where's the other part of that? Did I lose it? Give me a second. This is important for visuals, so give me a sec here. I have a lot of files, a lot of pictures that I have to get rid of. Well, hold on a second. Cuteness break, my daughter. Give me a second. So they have a record of this, and that was just, don't forget, that was just the subpoena from the Epstein estate. That was just a subpoena. So you get that massive picture of all those email connections, and then you look at this, right? And then you look at the entirety of the files, and then you get 1,670 times out of 2,324 times. And what Kash Patel is telling you is that all of this information is not credible. Don't forget, they buried witness testimonies. They had witness testimonies that helped convict Ghislaine Maxwell. Good enough to her, good enough to convict her, but not credible enough to accuse the president. And that's the lie that they continue to run with. That's it. That is their game. That's what they are trying to do. That is how they are trying to distract you, by using words like credible. And what happens now when it runs around in right-wing spaces? You hear the same thing. Show me the evidence. Well, Pam Bondi has admitted that there are tens of thousands of videos and pictures of abuse of girls, children. So MAGA, you said you claim to need, I don't know what the fuck you need. You need a camera in the room. It's the only way you'll believe it. And even then, some of you will say, well, it's probably AI. Okay, so then why are you not screaming? Why are you not banging on the doors of the Department of Justice saying, I heard Pam Bondi on a hot mic say that there is tens of thousands of videos. Now, a lot of you conspiracy theorists will say, well, she was set up. If she was set up, then she still admitted that there are tens of thousands of videos. Why would she say that? If she knew she was being set up, there's no possible way she would have ever acknowledged that there are tens of thousands of pictures and videos, right? So Kash Patel lying to you again. This is the same fucking testimony. It's the same story. Todd Blanche saying nothing to see here. Kash Patel saying he only trafficked people to himself. Pam Bondi said we've cooperated. Have you? Okay.
I never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now for the public to come forward with more information, if there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI...
First of all, who determines if it's credible? Isn't that what the courts are to decide? So are you the arbiter of credibility, Kash, when you've already lied under oath? So you're the arbiter, you're the one that gets to determine whether something is credible or not? Shouldn't it be investigated? Isn't that the point of an investigation? Thank you, Tom. Isn't that the fucking point? Thanks, Shane. Isn't that the fucking point? You cannot sit here and continue to deny the existence of crimes against thousands of fucking children and expect the American public to continue to believe that the only people that were trafficked to the children, and in cases, boys as well, children, toddlers in many cases, infants. We have reporting in the files that there are infants involved. How the fuck are you expecting people to believe that? Do you really think the American people are that stupid? I know you think your voters and your supporters are, but the rest of us aren't. Okay.
Never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day.
Then you should be talking to Alex Acosta, shouldn't you? Cash. Shouldn't you? See, you think people aren't paying attention. In fact, that's what you're counting on. The reason that he got the get-out-of-jail-free card was because of Alex Acosta and Jay Lefkowitz. Lefkowitz was Epstein's attorney. Acosta and Lefkowitz were at a law firm together at the same time. They had a relationship. They had a famous breakfast meeting within days of that sweetheart deal being signed and agreed to, which left, I think it's 14 or 15 unindicted co-conspirators. That's the argument that Ghislaine Maxwell has made to get out of jail, right? If they can get this deal, why can't I? Thus acknowledging that she's a conspirator. It's really not that difficult to pull the thread, but yet you sit here and you just continue to lie to people. Okay, that's fine.
Brother, please 5 minutes. Look at my house, please. Yeah, you want to mute?
I got you. I got you. You guys have some, if you have some coins you want to share with Jackson, I have to. There you go. Okay. So here's where we sit, right? Here's where we sit. We sit in this little space. Actually, I just got a notification that we might be, I'm going to have to disconnect you today, friend. Sorry about that. Long story. So here's where we sit. So we've got Todd Blanche, the new AG, who was Donald Trump's attorney. I'm going to pull on the thread for you here. Todd Blanche, who used to be Donald Trump's attorney, who defended him in New York civil trial, who defended him in the criminal trial, who defended him in the E. Jean Carroll case. I think he even defended him in the impeachment hearings. Pam Bondi did. She's one of his attorneys. So we now have that guy in charge of the Justice Department. That guy that said nothing to see here. That guy that said, listen, if we lose the midterms, they're going to drag all of our asses. And he's the one now responsible as we, again, 108 days that the federal government, the Donald Trump administration, is in violation of federal law. But nothing to see here, right? Okay. That's fine. Nothing to see here. I've got some, I want to just finish the loop here on Pam Bondi, because we can't forget what brought us here. Now, Todd Blanche tried to make the statement that that it had nothing to do with the Trump administration, or nothing to do with Pam Bondi denying the existence of files, or saying that because she was, I don't know, obstructing or whatever. That's what he wants you to believe. That's fine. Good luck with that. You can totally do that. That's completely fine. Let me just find this little sound bite, because this is interesting. Then I'm going to play some interesting sound from Anthony Scaramucci, who's been really, I'm not a fan of his politics, but he's been right about so many of these things. It's actually crazy. I think I have this, because we don't want to let Pam Bondi off the hook, do we? Because she's going to be somebody. She's going to try to disappear, and we're not going to let her disappear. Nope. And then I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the how the media has just failed us in covering this entire thing. They just failed us. And it's not even a stretch to say of how egregiously badly they have failed us. Can't find that one. Did I lose this? Just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. And we're going to hear from Gavin Newsom's wife as well, because she had a very interesting statement that she made, which I really appreciate. I'm going to have to go back in time a little bit, because I forgot about something I wanted to talk about Donald Trump's first trip to Moscow. Yeah. Forgot all about that one. We'll talk about that in just a second. I may not have that sound. It was going to be sort of like the Pam Bondi's highlights, so to speak. Do I have that? Do I not have that? Give me a second. What I do is I build the spreadsheet in advance of the show, and I kind of just have the things semi-organized. Here it is. All right, this was Pam Bondi. Now Todd Blanche wants to go on the record to say, well, it didn't have anything to do with the Epstein files. The reason I want to play this for you is because this speaks to loyalty. We talk about loyalty in a one-way street. Was there anybody that was more loyal to the president than Pam Bondi? Well, here you go.
Trump, the greatest president in American history.
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country.
That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do.
Ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you.
Have you apologized to President Trump?
Every American tonight should be thanking Donald Trump for making America safer.
Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. You all should be apologizing.
You, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents.
He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills.
You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it.
Since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives.
They said.
That was a great quote. You've saved 258 million lives. Okay.
It couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. You know why? Because Donald Trump The Dow right now.
President Trump has just fired Pam Bondi, his attorney general. Sources tell CBS News the president is not satisfied with her leadership.
So, with the exception of maybe Caroline, with the exception of maybe her, is there anyone in his cabinet that has been more loyal to him than her? I don't think so. So I've got a little bit of a montage of someone else who did a sort of a breakdown of how it doesn't matter who you are. Loyalty in the Trump administration is a one-way street. Let me see if I can find this, because this sound is fucking great. Hang on one second. Let me do this, because this is it to me. This is the entire fucking game. When you break it down like this, I want to give credit to this person. Her name is Kelly on Instagram. Starts with Michael Cohen, and then she goes through the list of how loyalty is a one-way street.
Attorney and fixer found guilty of campaign finance violations, tax crimes, and lying to Congress. Rudy Giuliani, post-2020 personal attorney, disbarred, sued, and charged criminally for the election case. Sidney Powell, election attorney, pled guilty in the Georgia election case. Kenneth Chesbrough, legal architect of the fake electoral strategy, pled guilty. John Eastman, election legal strategist, facing disbarment. Paul Manafort, campaign chairman, found guilty of tax evasion and bank fraud. Rick Gates, deputy campaign chairman, conspiracy and lying to the FBI. George Papadopoulos, foreign policy advisor, guilty of lying to the FBI. Roger Stone, longtime political advisor, found guilty of witness tampering, obstruction, and lying to the FBI. Steve Bannon, chief strategist, contempt of Congress. Peter Navarro, trade advisor, contempt of Congress. Michael Flynn, national security advisor, pled guilty for lying to the FBI. Mark Meadows, chief of staff, indicted for the election interference cases. Alan Weiselberg, longtime Trump Organization CFO, jailed for tax fraud and perjury. Kristi Noem, criminal investigation has been recommended. Pam Bondi, she could face some troubles for her handling of the e-files. And of course, Donald Trump, 32-time felon and adjudicated rapist.
Those are the people that are in Trump's orbit, right? Those are the people that are in Trump's orbit. I just saw what I think is a breaking news headline regarding Steve Bannon. I think his case got vacated. I think I saw that correct, that the Supreme Court basically cleared the way for his conviction to be vacated. Probably. This goes to show you. Think about that list, from Michael Cohen to Paul Manafort to Mark Meadows. All these people in his orbit. All these people, right? How many have been either confessed to crimes, convicted of crimes, and then pardoned? But nothing to see here, right? It's totally fine. Exactly. Tilda, you're right, Tilda. Mom always said, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. Joe Biden famously said, don't tell me what your values are, show me your budget. Speaking of that, it's a good segue. We're going to talk about the president asking for a $1.5 trillion budget for next year while we are basically hemorrhaging. People on the right, in my conversations over the weekend, by the way, you guys have to go check out this video. I know Chris J. Stevens is probably in here today because he watches me every day, although he'll never admit it. Chris and I had a little chat yesterday, and Chris is one of these people who thinks, the kind of people that I'm always fascinated by are the people who brag that they know everything there is to know about government and don't know fucking shit. Chris thinks that first of all, that you pass an executive order. I shit you not, this is real. Thanks to Politics with Matt for playing the clip, or for saving the clip while I was debating him. Chris thinks that you pass an executive order, and what he meant by that was it passes over the desk. I shit you not, it is real. You can go watch the video. I love people like that who think they know how government works and they don't know fucking shit. And apparently he has a class on government, and Politics of Matt and I are considering taking the class, and we'll report back. Anywho, They're all under the impression that we should continue to fund our Department of Defense to the tune of $1.5 trillion. The defense budget would be a 42% increase over this year. To do what? So let's break it down, okay? This is what's in the proposal. And of course, to get there, you have to make cuts. I know we're working on it. We're going to take the class. The target would be a proposed $1.5 trillion defense budget. And I'm saying this now because this is the Epstein class. It's all related to me. These are the people that are connected to this. These are the people that are benefiting from it. The industrial military complex. I talked to earlier about how Pete Kegexpress financier, his stockbroker, his investor, just days before we invaded Iran, we attacked Iran, we aggression, etc. Yes, agreed. You can take the class. Yes, we all should. Tried to invest in the military-industrial complex, just like days before the war. But again, nothing to see here. So total defense spending, which would be a $1.5 trillion budget, which is the largest in U.S. history. It's a 42% increase. An additional increase of about 445 to 500 billion year over year. It's not finalized. Congress has to sign off on it. We'll see. Here's where it would go. $350 billion for weapons and defense industrial expansion of U.S. weapons manufacturing capacity, and then replenishing munitions used in recent conflicts, including the Iran, Ukraine, and Israel. $185 billion for the Golden Dome, which would be a weapons and defense industrial expansion. A next-generation missile defense system, space-based advanced intercept systems, and then one of the centerpiece initiatives, which would be the Golden Dome. Naval and air power expansion, major funding for new warships, including submarines, F-35 fighter jets, $65 plus billion for shipbuilding. A pay raise for troops, though there's debate about that. It seems like it's going to be between 2% and 3%, which would be less than during the Biden administration. I cannot confirm that either way. I don't know. Jess, if you've heard about that at all, would you let me know? Because I can't find anything other than this 2 to 3%, which would then be less than what the Biden administration got passed. Don't know. And then retention and recruitment focus. AI, cyber, and advanced tech, increased investments in artificial intelligence, cyber warfare, Space Force capabilities, and then for the war conflict-related cost partial, a separate supplemental of $200+ billion that Pete Hegseth has already asked for. Now, to get it, you got to cut shit, don't you? $73 billion in non-defense discretionary cuts, which is roughly 10%. What areas are targeted? Gee, I wonder. Health and science, cuts to medical research programs. This one to me is personal because part of the big beautiful bill was cut to pediatric cancer research. I'm gonna have to navigate through this one because this is difficult for me to talk about. I've told you openly and transparently that my daughter is a 2-time cancer survivor because her cancer was rare based on when she got it and the fact that it recurred. It was 1 in 65,000 the first time based on her age and 1 in nearly 200,000 the second time when it recurred. Because of the uniqueness of her cancer, we were part of a COG study that federal monies went to research her treatment plan, meaning that my daughter's life was likely saved because of federal investments into pediatric cancer research. And that's been cut. And now they want to cut more of it. Okay? I don't know what that would have meant. I really don't know. I don't know what that would have meant to my family 10 years ago, 11 years ago, if that money wasn't there. 12% cut to HHS funding on the whole. Reductions in K through 12 programs. Reductions in student loan programs. Cuts to renewable energy grants. Cuts to climate prevention programs. Cuts to EV infrastructure. Cuts to reduced funding for low-income housing programs. Cuts to community development block grants. Cuts to foreign aid and State Department, diplomacy and international aid, global development programs. Targeted reductions include the EPA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, 23% cut to NASA, the IRS, Labor Department. How it's to be funded through deficit spending could add $6.9 trillion to the national debt over 10 years. We are already at $39 trillion. Tariff revenue, that's one of the claims. Of course, the administration suggests tariffs would help, but we certainly know that they can't do them the way that he proposed, and we have to pay that money back. Okay. Many economists dispute this assumption because of the Supreme Court ruling just recently. And then the possible use of budget reconciliation, which would be a party line passage, good luck, splitting funding between the base and the supplemental bills. The trade-offs, defense gains, massive military expansion, biggest in history, focus on China, Iran, and global reference deterrence, and then industrial base rebuild. This is the part that bothers me the most, because people who support one of the things that I thought we might have had common ground on was wasted spending on foreign wars between the left and the right, right? I really thought there was common ground. You could hear people talk about it. Right? We could hear people talk about it. We could find some common ground. Are we sick and tired of funding these wars overseas? Absolutely. Are we sick and tired of the wasted funds to support another example of American imperialism? Absolutely. But now there's $1.5 trillion connected to a department that hasn't passed an audit in like a decade. Waste, fraud, abuse, right? And all of a sudden people are like, oh yeah, you don't want to have defense? You think you guys, the reason we have all these rights is because of our defense. See how the narrative shifts? Anyway, gains, massive military expansion. I don't know if that's a gain, but this is the claim. Focus on China, Iran, global deterrence, and then an industrial base rebuild. The trade-off, cuts to healthcare research, cuts to education, cuts to housing, and cuts to climate programs. What do I always tell you guys? Every single day, I believe food, water, shelter, and healthcare are fucking rights. So every one of those categories that most of us in our country agree with are going to get cut, as they're already being cut. Clear pivot towards military-first budgeting, and then a reduced emphasis on domestic and international soft power. Strong opposition from Democrats and a lot of Republicans. Many experts say $1.5 trillion is unlikely to pass as is. It'd be the largest military buildup since World War II by growth rate, paid for by cuts to domestic programs plus a higher deficit, and then driven by geopolitical tensions created by this administration, Iran, China, and military readiness concerns. I'm going to pause there briefly and remind folks of what it is that we're fighting for. Being honest. A lot of people in this country are tired. Not just busy tired. I mean soul tired. Tired of working hard and still feeling like they're falling behind. Tired of watching the news and feeling powerless. Tired of hearing promises every election season and then watching nothing change. And if you've ever felt like your vote doesn't matter, like your voice doesn't count, I want you to know something. You're not alone, and you're not wrong for feeling that way. Because when you feel ignored long enough, you stop believing anyone is listening. And when you stop believing anyone is listening, you stop showing up. But here's what I've learned in my life. The moment that good people stop showing up is the moment the wrong people take over the room. That's why I'm launching something called the Do Something Tour. Not because I think I have the answers. Not because I'm here to tell anyone what to think, but because I believe we're losing something precious in this country. And that's our faith in each other. I'm going to travel the country to sit down with people who feel forgotten, people who feel dismissed, people who feel like the system is built for someone else. And I'm going to listen. I want to hear what broke your trust. I want to hear what you've lived through. I want to hear what you wish the people in power actually understood about your life. Because the truth is, democracy is not a speech. It's not a slogan. It's not something that happens once every 4 years. Democracy is people. It's parents trying to keep their kids safe. It's workers trying to keep food on the table. It's communities trying to stay whole. It's people who don't want to be a headline. They just want to be okay. And I know this. If we want change, we can't just hope for it. We have to participate in it. I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm not asking you to know every issue. I'm not asking you to trust politicians. I'm asking you to trust your own worth. To remember that your voice matters, even if it's been ignored. To remember that your vote matters, even if it hasn't felt like it has. And to remember that your presence matters, because this country belongs to you, too. So this is my invitation. Come back in, not because the system deserves you, but because your community does. Your kids do. Your future does. This is the Do Something Tour. If you've ever felt powerless, I want you to hear me clearly. You still have power. So, let's do something. Together. So we sit like at an interesting time, right? When we have the military industrial complex and unregulated capitalism and the billionaire class and the crossover to the Epstein class, right? There's that group of people in our country, which is a super small minority, but they hold all the financial power. And then there's us, right? Then there's the rest of us who are the victims of their diabolical criminal approaches to society. And now they want more money to fund their machine. And now they want more money to continue to increase the wealth gap. I've said this before, 900 billionaires in our country, cumulative combined wealth of nearly $8 trillion. They've enriched themselves to the tune of $1.5 trillion just since Donald Trump took office. 900 people. That $500 billion increase in the defense budget could wipe out child poverty for 40 years. Could guarantee every single child in America could get free lunch and free breakfast at school. Everyone. Student loan debt. Prop up the healthcare system. All these kinds of things. So it's a clear divide. I've asked that question. I was on that 3 versus 3 panel last week with RJ and Emma, right? And I asked that question, is food a right? And people don't see it that way. They would rather spend their money on endless support for the military-industrial complex. Yet they complained. You don't think it's a right either, George? Okay. Yet they complained that Joe Biden wanted to forgive student loan debt. They don't think that we should be able to, they think that parents should provide for their kids. Of course. But it's not always possible now, is it? But you don't want to support legislation that would guarantee children being able to eat? Are you aware, George, that there are families in this country that no matter how hard they work, they cannot get ahead? That sometimes the only meal that their children will get will be at school, and you want to deny that? And you want to deny that. And George, you don't think that's anything, you don't think that's a big deal. See, we do. We're called radical because of that. We're called, a threat to democracy. We're called socialists, communists, whatever that might be. Most people don't even understand what those meanings are. And yet you're up here in support of the Epstein class. You're up here, I don't want a giant state, George. I want things that are prioritized. I just want to shift our focus as to things that should be prioritized first. That's all. I don't want a giant state, George. I just want to be able to provide for people. That's a difference.
But you talk about unregulated capitalism and $500 billion that could go to the to feeding children, right? But you selectively pick that from the military. There's over $500 billion that goes to waste and mismanagement every year, reported by the Government Accountability Office. So why don't you go after that 500
Wait a minute, George, and the bulk of that waste comes from where?
The bulk of what waste? It comes from Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid?
No, I'm sorry, it does not. It does not,
it
actually,
does.
George.
I can show you the report.
It doesn't. It doesn't. What's the fraud rate? What's the fraud rate?
The fraud rate for what program?
You just said Medicaid, Medicare. What's the fraud rate?
Yeah, let me pull it up. One sec.
What is it?
I'm pulling it up right now. If you give me 10 seconds.
So the fact that we have the fraud rate is interesting. Do you know what the fraud rate is in the Pentagon?
I think it's like probably like 10%, 20%, something like that.
We don't know because they haven't passed an audit in like 20 years, George. So the question. Yeah. So wait a minute. Wait. So the question is then. The argument in the Medicaid, Medicare side, the bulk of the fraud, I believe it's around 7%. The bulk of the fraud across the entire network is not on the recipient side. It's on the provider side. There's all kinds of administrative costs that are connected to it. So you want to cut funding for programs that have a small fraud rate based on the size of the budget, but you're fine giving more money to an agency who's not passed an audit in 2 decades, and the fraud rate is pushing 20% as far as we know. Could be higher than that.
Hold on a minute. I never said.
Can you answer that? Address that.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to address it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm not saying that we shouldn't not just audit, but do something about the Pentagon. I'm not saying they're working at maximum efficiency or anything like that. I'm totally fine to potentially cut money from there. I'm just saying that the money that we at least get back, the return on investment from the Pentagon, is leaps and bounds than from the fraud that occurs in Medicaid, Medicare.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You are so wrong about that. It is not.
It's 2.8 trillion since 2003 improper payments estimate, federal improper payments, according to the GAO. 2.8 trillion.
Okay, but what are they though? Well, okay, but what? So my guy, spend. Well, now we're going to spend $1.5 trillion annually on the defense budget. So you think that it's a better investment to continue to invest in something who has not survived an audit? Are you a business owner by chance?
I'm not. No.
Okay, so let's think about this. I am asking you for a moment, just to kind of do away with your political ideology, and I want to ask you a logical question. Would you continue to invest? Would you continue to invest in something when you have no idea the level of fraud? Or would you say, okay, this is around between 5 and 7% based on the entire budget? Now, you could throw out a big number of $2.3 trillion. We also know that programs like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security are some of the biggest line items of our entire budget. So when I say the fraud rate is between 5 and 7%, that's accurate. You want to cut programs to that because for some reason you feel like there's all this waste, fraud, and abuse, but yet you're fine with supporting a budget that increases the military budget to by $500 billion, the largest increase in 70 years. Make that make sense, George.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense if you think about it logically. The military budget.
No, it doesn't.
Well, maybe you can let me explain. The military budget, like the rest of the budget, the military is the most important function that the government serves. Without the military, we don't have the. Well, let me explain why. Let me explain why. Without the military, we don't have the U.S. world reserve currency. Our entire debt system, debt as an asset, and the way that all trade is denominated in dollars, in U.S. dollars, gives us huge economic leverage all across the world.
Not much longer because of Donald Trump's war. Wait a minute. When Iran starts to use,
it's the opposite.
Donald Trump's war. George. When Iran now has been negotiating with China to use the yuan for purchases of oil, that completely defeats your argument. So I'm going to counter you. It actually does. No, actually, you're about to get dunked on. I'm going to bring up an economic expert. He's going to absolutely destroy you. But the argument I'm going to make is this. Okay, cool. Buckle up. So the argument I'm going to make is this. Your claim is that the most important way we should spend our money, our taxpayer. I'm not done. I'm going to explain it the way I want. The best way, or the most important way that we should be spending our taxpayer dollars is in support of the military. I would counter to say that's the worst way because we already have the biggest military budget in the world. And in fact, you combine the next 4 or 5 nations, it's less than our budget, especially now with that $1.5 trillion budget in 2027. The rest of the countries involved are allies. My argument would be the best way to protect our nation is to make us healthier, smarter, to have the best education system, to have the best healthcare system, to have the best infrastructure. But you don't want to do that. You still haven't answered my question, though.
Yeah, okay. You're presuming. Hold on. It's because it's based on a presumption. You're presuming that because we spend more money that we have better outcomes, but that's not the case. We've spent more money than we ever have on health. Can I respond, bro?
Sir,
you spoke. Can I respond?
Stop. We cut funding at the expense of social service programs to pay for this budget. You think that's okay?
That's not true, though. When you look
it
at,
is
when you
true.
look
I
at
just
the-
explained
when
it
you
to
look
you.
at how much we when you look at how much we spend on
George,
healthcare SNAP,
just
we've only
explained it to you. But we're cutting
what have
funding.
We cut? What have we cut?
George, listen. We cut Medicaid, Medicare programs in the big, beautiful bill. Rural hospitals are going to close. We cut SNAP benefits. The president had an opportunity to use executive action to extend SNAP benefits, and he refused. I just went down the list.
Facts. Hold on.
George,
Your name is Facts. Let me give you one.
George,
let me respond, though. Because you're incorrect.
George, listen. I just literally went down the list of the proposed cuts that the president wants to use for next year.
Yes.
Cutting funding to HHS. Are you okay with that?
It depends. But
are you okay, George? Are you
Can
okay
I explain?
with?
Yes.
I'm
in this
asking you
case,
to answer. You're
can
okay with
can you
cutting?
let me explain or no?
Dude,
You said you mentioned
question.
SNAP.
I'm gonna mute you for a second. I just need you to listen. Okay? It's a simple question. You are in support of increasing the budget to the military, even though, because you're the one that brought up fraud. My argument to you was we know that entitlement programs, I hate the term, but Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, we know that fraud exists. We also know the fraud rates are less than 7%. Last time I checked. We don't know what the fraud rate is in the Pentagon. Some people say it could be as high as 20%, if not higher, because of the fact that they haven't passed an audit in decades. You are fine with expanding funding to that program at the expense of social programs. That is wild to me. Obi, go ahead.
But can I explain why?
I don't care why, to be honest.
Okay, nice conversation.
I don't. No, I don't care. Because you want to cut social service programs because your argument is based on fraud, bro. Your argument is based on fraud.
SNAP, the SNAP budget doubled during COVID. You understand this? It went from 60
Why do you think that is? Why?
Because we had emergency lockdowns.
Because people lost jobs?
I mean, yeah, momentarily. But if people gained,
what do you mean momentarily? People, what did the unemployment rate go to during COVID? Do you know, George?
Like 15%, something like that.
Yeah, so people lost jobs. So you don't think food is right?
Back. Do you think we should cut it once people gain them back? Wait. Let me ask you. Do you?
No, I don't.
Why not?
What's the SNAP budget? What's the SNAP budget annually?
It went from 60 to 120 billion, and they cut it back down to 90. Okay. That's the proposal. That's still 50% higher. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to explain to you.
George,
it's totally rational to cut it.
George, it's food. It's food.
Rational to cut it. It makes total sense.
Rational. It's rational to cut food.
Well, what do you mean by food? Do you consider Coca-Cola food?
It's fucking SNAP. Who gives a fuck? Are you the police to determine what people can eat?
No, I'm not the police. I'm a common sense person. Your name is Facts, right? Let's go through the facts.
Your common sense, bro.
It's 50% higher. It's 50% higher.
So what?
Than it was before
fucking
COVID.
Cares?
That's not a decrease, bro. That's not a decrease. You're taking emergency numbers and
shut up.
You're relating it to...
Shut up. My guy, you're talking about increasing the defense budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion, and you're okay with that. But you're for cutting a SNAP benefit, which feeds people, but you're totally fine with increasing the military budget to $1.5 trillion. Obi, go ahead.
It's only a cut if you relate it to emergency
No, it's
numbers.
time for you to shut all the way the fuck up
it's only
right now. Shut up. Mods, mute him and keep him muted. I don't want this motherfucker off mute.
Shut up, George.
Listen. Good morning, Steve.
Hi, buddy.
It's nice to see you. 2, this guy has gone to the Ben Shapiro School of Economics. He doesn't understand a thing. The largest amount of fraud, waste, and abuse has always happened within the military-industrial complex, which is why they can't pass audits, which is why Congress is afraid to put them through any scrutiny, because then all the wheels on the bus will fall off. All the backroom deals, all the backpocketing that has been happening for the last 50 years will all be exposed. The military budget is bloated. They are constantly running over. There is no logic to spending more money into a system that can't produce. And what I mean by can't produce is the things that they produce still break. because we have fallen into a trap. We have this 1950s and 60s military mindset where we think if we just throw more and more money at something, it's going to work. That's not how economics works. That's certainly not how mathematics works. Hey, you're going to stay muted, guy. No, you're going to stay fucking muted until I give you permission to talk. I want to let you know something, Jorge.
Why are you so emotional?
No, fuck you.
Relax, George. Man. It's Monday. Relax.
No, shut up, George. George, shut up.
You got the rest of the week ahead of you.
Shut up, George. Shut up. Go ahead, Obi.
What I cannot stand are incompetent people that think they understand anything about economics coming up here and talking about facts.
Why are you so afraid to have a conversation?
And then can we keep him on mute?
George.
Is that possible?
They're working
on it.
I
don't understand anything, but you don't know me.
Shut up, George. Shut up, George.
His argument.
So here's the right. So I'm going to jump in. Shut up, George. So the argument I'm going to make is this. The fiscal year 25-26 estimate for the SNAP budget would be $110 billion per year. Okay, and I'll ask you a question. I'll ask you a question when I'm done. So 40 to 42 million Americans. This is from the FDA, which the Department of Agriculture. I'm sorry, not the FDA, but the Department of Agriculture, because they're the ones that administer SNAP programs. 40 to 42 million Americans receive SNAP benefits in a typical year. That include working families, children, seniors, with people with disabilities. The split breaks down as such. The majority of people that are on it are homes that have children. Then you've got veterans. Then you've got the unemployed, then you've got the disabled, and then you've got the elderly. So, George, which group would you like to cut funds from?
Well, because they doubled the earned income tax credit, you're actually not cutting funds. They increased
no, you are.
Tax credits.
George,
it's a fucking
cut. Bro, it's not. Again, I'll ask you the question.
From an emergency level.
No, it's not. I'll ask you. No, it's not. No, it's not. Shut up.
Your framing is incorrect, is what I'm saying.
Shut up. No, I'm not. I'm going to explain it again. If you're 16 to 59 years old and able to work, you generally must register for work, accept a suitable job if offered, and then not voluntarily quit a job or reduce hours. Those are audited every single month. We have a friend of ours who works in this. He works in Pennsylvania. This is what he does for a living. I've explained this. He's explained this to me. This is how the program works. Stricter rules, age 18 to 52. Recent federal changes expanded from 49 to 52. No children under 18 in the household, and physically and mentally able to work. You must do at least 80 hours per month of one of the following: either work, paid or unpaid, job training or workforce programs, and then approved workfare programs. This is the split. Okay, I'm going to break this down for you. It's really simple. 65 to 70% of SNAP households are families with children. 40% of SNAP recipients are children under 18. 20% are elderly, 60 plus, or disabled. So once again, which one of those programs would you like to cut?
It's a great question. Are you going to let me answer? Like actually answer?
Sure. Answer that question. It's okay, Obi. Let him answer.
Okay. Yeah.
It's okay, Obi. Let him answer.
I can't talk, bro. Like, it's actually crazy.
Let him answer. It's okay.
They doubled. So you said specifically parents with children, right? So they doubled the child tax credit. They increased the earned income tax credit.
Who did?
They cut.
Who did?
Okay, in the same bill, bill that you're reading, the same big beautiful
George,
bill that you're reading.
I'm asking. No, we're not going to pivot. I'm asking you to answer the question because we know
it's not a pivot.
You're
just not looking at it holistically.
George, I'm asking you to answer the question. Because there is going to be cuts to this program. It's already happened once. We now have a massive gap in the social safety net. So again, 65 to 70%. I'm not done talking. It is correct. 65 to 70% of SNAP households are families with children. 40% of SNAP recipients are children under the age of 18, and 20% are elderly, 60 plus. We already know the budget is $120 billion a year. To feed those people. Mm-hmm. 45 million Americans are on SNAP programs, and you want to cut that. Is that correct?
It's not a cut. It's a shift to CTC.
Shut the fuck up. This is what I'm talking about, okay? This is what I'm talking about. This is what happens to people in our society, first of all, who think they're fucking experts. If you could just answer the question. What he's right. Obi's right. The Ben Shapiro School of Economics. We're totally fine. We're totally fine with increasing the military budget by $500 million. In George's world, that because we get a return on investment. Where we get a return on our investment, friends, is if you invest in your society. If you make people healthier, if you make them smarter, if you make them more productive, that's where our focus should be. George is the poster boy for why I want a system of trickle-up economics, where we center our system around women and children. Make them smarter, make them happier, make them healthier. Plain and fucking simple. Sorry, Obi. I just needed to jump in there. Math's math, as you know. What would you like to say?
Here's the problem. See, so I went to his page, which of course has no content and he has no followers, and I recognize his voice, and I guarantee you, then I've done all the snapshotting, when I get home, he will have been somebody that probably about 2 years ago we blocked. And I'm pretty sure that I've had him blocked on multiple creators' lives. What these guys do, right, is they literally sit in front of their computer screen. They have a couple of little talking points, right? And then what they'll do is they'll throw out like some framed arguments that literally people like the Cato Institute will tell you are not the right arguments. Now, when the Cato Institute is, you're kind of screwed in the world of economics, because Cato is a libertarian economic think tank, and a pretty fucking good one. I don't have to like what they say, but at least when Cato argues something, they do it scientifically and factually. But, you know, we don't have to agree, but you do have to tip the hat when you know that people are doing things properly, right? And they do shit properly. And I think the stuff that these guys are never going to get is they come up for one reason and one reason only, right? They do not care about human beings or human rights at all. Unironically, they want to increase the military budget that consistently does what? Eliminates human rights. It's the rank hypocrisy and stupidity of these people. These guys think they smart. So I've shifted my position. I used to want to come up and talk to these guys. Now all I do is become performative and cuss at them. You know why? Because like all of MAGA, I don't have to be tolerant of the intolerant, and I need the entire left to start getting this. Stop being nice. Steve, this is your show. I know you need to do what you need to do. But in general, stop being nice to MAGA. Don't reach out your hand. Don't extend things. Steve's going to do this on this show because he's trying to not make inroads, but to point out the obvious. The obvious is as follows. MAGA is a cult incapable of dynamic thinking. They can only think statically. They can only think in a particular moment in time. And unless you're a white Christian nationalist, this administration wants nothing to do with you. The fact that the military for the very first time changed its Easter programming to be Protestant only.
No Catholics.
That should be scaring the shit out of people. Even if you're an atheist, that should be scaring the shit out of you. Need I remind you the order of which we all started disappearing during World War II? It included the LGBTQIA community. It included Romani. It included the Jews. It included the atheists. It included the academics. No one that watches this show on a regular basis is free if we allow that to continue to come to us. No one.
Agreed. Thank you, bro.
And
appreciate you.
Here's what really fucking galls me. The guy gets up here. You know, he had been listening for quite some time, which means he definitely caught that moment about our daughter.
Yeah.
And did he even say anything?
Nope.
No. Of course he didn't. Because then he'd have to acknowledge that other humans actually do suffer. And that, yeah, that's right, Kipper. And that what's going to happen is that we're all going to suffer. this particular situation that we are in no longer is a drawn parallel. History is holding up a mirror, and so many are not paying attention. And I pray to whatever spaghetti monster people believe in that it starts with the collapse of Pam Bondi. People need to be calling the Florida bar and getting her disbarred. She needs to never practice law again. And in the midterms, just fucking go and vote. I don't care if your favorite person didn't win, because I will put you in the MAGA camp. I will squarely put you there, because then you became a part of the problem. We have to get control of the House at a minimum so that we can hold all responsible for the e-files that have not been held responsible. We have to be able to go to Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka and Ivanka's husband and hold them accountable. And everyone else who has been hiding behind the president while whispering in his ear. Starting with Stephen Miller, I think he should be the very first person that gets called before Congress. And he should be summarily dismissed from any inside public office, any government job. He should never be allowed to step foot in all of Washington, D.C. ever again, because he's the tip of the spear, right? But we wanna have guys come up like Jorge who don't even understand basic economics. You can't keep stripping money away from working class people. You can't keep stripping away rights to organized labor and expect to have an economy. Where's the money for the military going to come from, Jorge? Where's it going to come from? If unemployment continues to spike, and by the way, he doesn't even understand what the petrodollar is. And also, Jorge, by the way, I can buy stocks in any currency that I want around the world. But you probably don't know how global custody works. Yeah, sure. Stocks that are sold here in the United States are vis-a-vis US dollars, but stocks overseas are not. The depth of your knowledge is a kiddie pool. I'm talking about the plastic one you get at a grocery store to throw your favorite frosty beverage in.
That's a
My
great
God,
point.
man.
I love that.
Anyway, I'm fired up. I'm also going to the doctor because you know what I realized? I haven't had a physical in 2 years.
Get that done.
But I weighed myself this morning and I'm down 15 pounds. I got about 85 pounds of anger to get rid of this morning. So I love you. And I didn't mean to yell. I wasn't yelling at the mods. I really just wanted somebody to kick them.
No, I know.
Anyway.
I got you. I'll talk to you later. I love you, bro.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Here's the thing. First of all, fraud in the Medicaid Medicare system is often determined as inappropriate or inaccurate forms being filled out. Just because someone likes to use that big word, aka Nick Shirley, does not mean it's diabolical, intentional, etc. Right? So that's the argument they'd like you to use. So one of the things that really bothers me about that conversation, and I don't like it when I lose my temper. People say spicy facts, whatever. I don't like it because but these kinds of things bother me, specifically because we were just coming off of talking about the fact that cuts to medical research that likely saved my daughter's life. I don't throw that out there just for to make a point. It's fucking real, and it impacts millions of other people across the country, right? So when we talk about those kinds of things, you'd like to think that there is some element of humanity connected to these decisions. So people in our country, like George, don't think those things matter because he's more concerned about the ROI. Right? To say benefits are being reduced, notice he wouldn't answer the question. Which bucket would you like to take money from? The poor, the disabled, the working body? Because you still have to be working. You still have to be applying for jobs. People are not just sitting around the house. Notice how people who don't have a fucking care in the world always want to go after the bottom. People like George like to punch down because George will not acquire anything in life. Maybe financially. He might end up being financially successful, but his soul is empty. Because you want to sit here and argue for an increase in military spending, which perpetuates the wealth gap that we already have, which makes the wealth gap wider and wider and wider. And it's always going to come from programs. Solvency of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid programs, SNAP benefits. $100 billion is the SNAP benefit. What's that, like $300 a year that we contribute? $300 a year that we all contribute to fund SNAP? And it's like what? $3,000 a year that we all contribute to the military-industrial complex? What has that done for us? It's a clear line, folks. This is what the Do Something Tour is about. This is why we do this show every single day. This is it. It's people like that. And thank you, Obi, and thank you, mods. The biggest recipients of welfare in our country are corporations and the rich. That's it. The ones that are fueling the military-industrial complex, the ones that are benefiting. What George doesn't want to talk about is how Pete Hegseth's broker just days before we launched the war was trying to invest in said military-industrial complex. What George doesn't want to talk about is Donald Trump Jr. being appointed to a board days before the Defense Department signed a contract with that same company. Doesn't want to talk about that either. But let's make sure we are cutting funding for either the military, there's some military families that are probably on SNAP as well. The elderly, disabled, children, single moms doing their best to try to make ends meet. You're fine with that. You know the analogy that I give you guys, right? I talk about this a lot. There could be 100 people standing in front of me, and I know that 10 of them may not qualify for SNAP. I don't give a fuck because I want them all to eat. I don't want to risk it. The same 100 people could be standing in front of George in the same scenario. He'd want to cut funding for all of them because he'd be concerned that they're taking advantage of the system. It's the fundamental difference between all of us. It's really fucking simple. Clear divide in our country as to what our priority should be. Plain and simple. And you saw it on full display. Our cold water. How are you today? Our cold water, are you there? Hello? Our cold water. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Again, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this opportunity to read you something that I wrote. Because I think this is a great example of why it is that we have to change the system. So I was intrigued by this idea from Ash because she mentioned something about trickle-up economics, and I'm like, what would it look like in a trickle-up world? It's brief. I'm just going to read it. This is what I do when I get shit in my head. I got to get it out, and I write for a living, and I've been writing my whole life, so I write. So this is called Women's Empowerment and a Trickle-Up World. Women's empowerment is not simply about representation. It's about power, who holds it, how it's exercised, and whom it serves. Around the world, women have demonstrated that when they gain access to education, capital, healthcare, and leadership roles, the benefits extend far beyond individual success. Families stabilize, communities strengthen, economies grow. Empowerment then is not a niche issue, it is a structural one. If women ruled the world under a trickle-up economic principle, the global system might look fundamentally different from today's dominant trickle-down framework. Trickle-down economics assumes prosperity begins at the top, corporations and the wealthy, and eventually filters downward. A trickle-up approach reverses that logic. It starts with the needs of households, workers, caregivers, and local communities, investing directly in the foundational layers of society. In many societies, women disproportionately occupy these foundational roles. They manage households, they serve as primary caregivers, run small enterprises, and anchor community networks. Centering them would mean centering the base of the economic pyramid. Under a trickle-up system, shaped by women's leadership, Policy priorities might shift toward universal child care, paid family leave, healthcare access, food security, and education. These are not soft issues. These are economic multipliers. When mothers have affordable child care, they can participate fully in the workforce. When girls are educated, national GDP rises. When healthcare is accessible, productivity increases. Investment at the household level stimulates local spending, which strengthens small businesses and circulates wealth with communities before it rises upward into large markets. Such a world might also measure success differently. Instead of focusing primarily on stock market growth, George, or corporate earnings, George, metrics could expand to include well-being indicators, maternal mortality rates, educational attainment, wage equity, community health, and environmental sustainability. Leadership styles often associated with women, collaborative decision-making, for example, long-term planning, and relational accountability that could foster policies that prioritize stability over short-term gain. The vision does not assume women are inherently more virtuous or flawless leaders. Women, like men, represent a wide spectrum of ideologies and leadership styles. However, historically marginalized perspectives often bring fresh priorities. When those who have managed scarcity, caregiving burdens, and systemic exclusion gain influence, they tend to design systems that reduce those pressures. A trickle-up world led by women would likely invest first in the margins, children, the elderly, the poor, and the environment, recognizing that sustainable prosperity grows from a secure base. Economic power would rise from kitchens to communities, from neighborhoods to nations, rather than wealth cascading from the top down. Opportunity would expand from the ground up. Women's empowerment, therefore, is not only about equality, it's about redesigning a system to reflect interdependence. If power flowed upward from empowered households and communities, the world might discover that lifting the base does not weaken the top, it strengthens it. Like, what? Isn't that what we're talking about here? It's this class of people, these groups of people that people like George support, because they think an economic system run by the elites is better because of the ROI. Nothing even close. Thank you. Nothing even. We've been in that system for 50 years in particular. Have we ever had a system where we prioritize the things that truly should matter? We've got examples all over the world. All over the world. When you center women and children in particular, you just have better economic output, you have better health outputs, you have better educational outputs, etc. And the people like him just seem to think that they're just right all the time. And we should go after programs that support people. Understand what $500 billion would do? If we can find the money, if we can find $500 billion to increase spending for the military-industrial complex, thus increasing our deficit by $6.9 trillion over the next 10 years, then I'd like to think we can find $100 billion to prop up SNAP so that more people can eat, or to refund public education. As a progressive, bordering on a full-on democratic socialist, I want to overfund public education. I want to overfund our healthcare system. I want teachers to be fought over. I want teacher pay to rise. All these things are the priorities that we should be focusing on, and we won't. But then we have people like Eric, with no followers, who thinks that I have TDS. My guy, TDS is something that was made up for people like you who have no takes on anything. You just sit and smell your own farts, even if they don't smell good. It's just a question. I was part of that conversation, Benevolent Dictator, Betty. I was part of that conversation, Benevolent Dictators. I was on with Mojo, who was talking about that. Benevolent dictators? And people like George think that those leaders, this is the Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel model, that those leaders should come from this same group of people. Right? They really are now talking, this is a new term you're going to hear a lot, benevolent dictators. Benevolent dictators. Right? corporate capitalists, people at the top. We're gonna invest and base the future of our society on benevolent dictators? Really? You want the public healthcare system in the hands of corporate capitalists, the benevolent dictators who've already put us in the position that we're here? You want benevolent dictators who may not necessarily support public education to privatize everything so that they can enrich themselves? Don't forget, this entire game with TSA is all about privatization. Privatization of the prison system, privatization of immigration support and immigration enforcement, etc. We're supposed to trust them? No, I trust women. I trust women. I trust a system that if we focus on the things that should matter, our lives would be better. It's not my opinion, it's just factual. $500 billion. I went through the list, just to be clear. We know this is what the proposals are because it's going to have to come from somewhere. You're going to increase the debt, right? Hold on. And just, again, just in terms of the sheer fucking math, we're talking about a SNAP budget that's $110 billion a year. That's the SNAP budget. In a budget the size of ours, which is what, $7 or $8 trillion annually? What is that? 2%? What are we fucking talking about here? Of course we know that federal programs, Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, and Social Security are the largest because they affect more people. Of course they're the largest. That's not a flex. Of course we know that. But you want to cut more? And don't tell me they weren't cut. They were cut. We know they were cut. We know the ACA subsidies are gone. I can attest to it because I'm a victim of it. It's fucking painful. I scrape it together every single month. It's been painful figuring that shit out. What choice do I have? I have no choice. I have to do it. I have to pony up the fucking extra cash. What the fuck are we doing? Where the fuck is the priority? I agree, Kipper. Hi, Jen.
Hey, good morning. I was listening as a nurse to this George dude. And it always surprises me when they say, oh, well, they get a tax cut. They get a tax cut. That's once a year. They get it at the end of the year. So when you have the country that the costs are going up, housing, groceries, gasoline, and then you have people losing their insurance, the cost of medications going up. What are they supposed to do all the rest of the year?
Exactly.
What
exactly right.
If somebody gets into a car accident and they need medication or they can't work and all of these things? What if somebody, has whatever? I mean, there's so many things that could happen and they have to wait to the end of the year. They file their taxes to get their money back. And now they want to pass the SAVE Act, which everybody's going to have to pay how much money to get a passport and ID and all this stuff. You're asking them to spend more while taking away the money, but then using the name of a tax cut at the end of the year it makes no sense. It just doesn't.
It makes sense to them, Jen. That's the problem, right? That's the problem. People see this clear divide, and George's not the first person we've spoken to about this topic. They just don't see things that we see as just basic fundamental needs for survival as anything other than wasted money, right? We have to have a strong defense. If the number came out at $2 trillion for next year, they would still support it. They're the ones that complain the largest about wasteful spending. They're the ones that complain the loudest during the Biden administration about the debt and our deficit annually. And yet here we are again. The estimates are $6.9 trillion additional to our debt. They're fine with that. Meanwhile, unemployment's spiking, gas prices are going to hit $5 a gallon, families are fucking struggling. And people like that believe that they're on the right side of history, and they laugh about it.
I personally have a theory, and this is just my personal theory only, is that a lot of this is being done by the right because it's cheaper to bury somebody than it is to support them. That's just my personal opinion.
Matt talks about that. USMC Angry Vet talks about that. It's a lot easier. It's a lot cheaper to bury a veteran than it is to take care of him.
Yeah. Agreed. All right, my friend. Thanks so much.
You got
Love
it.
you.
I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Love you too. I can't convince people to become empathetic. I can't. I can't do it. Human suffering bothers me no matter where it is, whether it's here, whether it's abroad. Starvation and plague and famine, that shit guts me. It guts me. And maybe I'm glad it does, to be honest. As soon as we stop feeling it, then that's the problem. But here we sit now in the richest nation on earth, and we've got poverty rates that are increasing, maternal mortality rates in states that people like George, he votes for people in those states who need federal funds from blue states to balance their own budgets. Exactly. Charlie Kirk talked about empathy as weakness. It's a perfect example. Empathy is my superpower. That shit fuels me every fucking day. I am doing the Do Something tour because I fucking care about people. I really do. I care about people. I want people to have a shot. I don't listen, I've worked hard my entire life. I don't want people to have to work 80 fucking hours a week. For anybody, people like George and friends, listen, MAGA, if you're in here, listen, it's not a flex to say that you work 70 hours a week. Right? It's not a flex. It's not a flex to work 70 hours a week. You should be angry about that. I don't want that for you. I want every single child in America to not have to worry about where their next meal comes from. There are 42 million people on SNAP. We spend roughly $300 per citizen per year through our taxes. $300. $300. That's the math. But we continue to cut and chip away at it to pay for what? You don't want to talk about it in terms of fraud. Exactly, Mia. Exactly. I want to live, not just survive. I'm a privileged white man in America, cis hetero. The only thing I don't check is Christian. I've got every fucking privilege afforded to me. I was born with it. Every single privilege imaginable. And yet there are people who look like me that feel like even that's not enough. Give me more, give me more, give me more. And people in our country generally don't think that food is a right. I hate asking the question, but it's important for context, right? It's important for people to be exposed to show, listen, it doesn't matter the suffering. Doesn't matter. Pull yourself out of the bootstraps. Get out there in the field. If you can grow your own food, otherwise, I ain't paying for it. Man. It is so fucking embarrassing. It's just like, our shit's broken. Why are they like that? I could unpack that. If we had the formula, why are they like that? It's a great question. It's a great question. It's a fantastic question.
Hi bro, what's up? I am from Syria, refugee. 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, friend. I have to stop doing this. I've been getting bad vibes from a lot of people saying that these are not necessarily as legit. I hate doing that. The empath in me, but we have to be careful. It's conservative thinking, right? It's people who believe. I don't get it. That's the ultimate hypocrisy, right? It's the Christian pro-life right. Those same people who are demanding that women lose rights to their body. They don't give a fuck about that child after it's born. They don't fucking care that child might not be able to eat. They don't care that child may not be able to go to college because we can't afford it, as long as there's no fraud. And let's jack up the fucking funding for the military-industrial complex. Hi, Purple. How are you? You're on mute, friend. Or you're off the app. Purple Kitty? Purple Kitty. You can request again if you want to. It's just so fucking maddening It's the same fucking script every day. It's the same script.
Nigger. I'm calling my ops.
You see? You see? Is it a lot to ask that we just give people a chance? Is it a lot? Is it a lot to ask that we just shift the focus? Right? There's a lot of incredible creators on this app that are trying to do the work, right? And I'd like to say this. Can we, there's a lot of women who are creators in this space who just don't get the crowds that we get. Can we make that better? Can we really just listen? Can we just prioritize spending time and trying to learn from marginalized communities? If you go to black spaces, just sit there and shut the fuck up and listen and learn. Can we go to spaces hosted by members of the LGBTQI community and just sit there and learn and shut the fuck up? Can we do that? White men, you don't have to center yourself. You could consider yourself an ally. First of all, you shouldn't. You can consider yourself an accomplice, and that requires learning. Right? Just do that. Because there are people like George that are out there, and there are people like our previous guests who just want to jump in lives and, spread racism. And there's the rest of us, right? That's why I think yesterday's conversation that I had, in real time, face-to-face, in person, are really important. Are just really, really important. Man, oh man, we're talking about fucking food. It boggles my mind. I'm fine with increasing, exactly, Lainey, Emma, others, Brendan, Ash and Paige do a lot of great work. I've seen Reggie do a lot of great work. I mean, Erica Shante, SoCal Smitty, Santana, Hector, and Erica. I mean, just there's so many people, there's so many voices that we can learn from in this space, right? And I just feel like we have to take direction from black women to show us how to fucking navigate through society. Live in Dontrell, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I owe Liv a phone call. Good reminder. Swan, Covey, Danny, Monica. Kristen, no doubt. Hearts in the chat for Kristen to do more lives. Yes, if you know, you know. I really, really have a hard time with people who genuinely think that it's okay to just constantly, mother hen, to constantly just diminish people, no matter what. No matter their situation, no matter, they could say, well, that's a bridge too far. Nick Shirley fraud here, Minneapolis, Nick Shirley fraud, California. And they don't ever want to talk about anything other than that. And they don't understand that these things are investigated. They don't understand that. Go back 20 years and say, oh yeah, fraud amounts to a couple $1 trillion. It's the same people that say, oh, well, election integrity. And, Cato Institute, Heritage Foundation, and other right-wing think tanks did the investigation. What's the number? Politics with Matt Diava, good call. What's the number? 10? 10 examples of fraud in federal elections over the last 10 years? Or last 20 years? Last 30 years? 10? You have to turn it into something? And you've got a system that actually audits itself, and there are people that are identifying fraud, and if you perpetuate fraud, they've determined if it was just a mistake, or if you are committing fraud, you lose your benefits. That's how it works. But not in the Pentagon. Nope. Not in the Pentagon. Decades of fraud. Decades. See, people like George don't want to talk about the examples that I gave. About Pete Hegseth, stockbroker, literally trying to make trades just days before the invasion. Or Donald Trump Jr. being put on the board of a company that days later gets a massive defense contract. Nothing to see here. Let's go after fraud. Let's go after fraud in Medicaid, Medicare. Let's deny people SNAP benefits. Find me a system anywhere in the world where we're talking that much money with 0% fraud rates. And the question is, where's the line for you? Do you want to just, continue to allow people to suffer? Because, hey, well, to get the return on investment, where does that money go? Return on investment, where does it go? In the trickle-down theory, it stays. For capitalism to work, money has to circulate. The promise that's been made to us since Reagan is that it would always trickle down, and it doesn't. It never has, and it never will. And we know that by just looking at the wealth gap. That's it. Just looking at the wealth gap. All you got to do, just look at the wealth gap. Watch it get wider and wider and wider and wider and wider. What do you think's happening right now? Who's going to benefit from this war? Exactly. Trickle down your leg. Exactly. Who's going to benefit from this war? Who's going to benefit from the volatility of the stock market? Who's going to benefit from the volatility in the oil market? You think we are? Fuck no. Fuck no. Absolutely not. Hey, Drew.
Hey, buddy. I missed you last week. I was away on vacation.
Good for you. Did you get away to someplace nice?
If you consider Florida nice.
No, I'd take the weather about now.
I lived there for 30 years, and every time I go down, I just immediately think, I don't miss it. I don't miss it. We had a good time. We had a great time. Went to the beach and did a lot of fun things. Got to see some family, but the gas prices down there are absurd. I know they're absurd everywhere, but more so than where I am right now. But I just wanted to say, after watching the fiasco there with George, the difference between folks like you and the folks in our chat and myself and George, you told that touching story about your daughter and how federal funding impacted your life. And you were emotional about it because of that, but you're also emotional because you didn't want people to have the same experience. Let me rephrase it. You want people to have that same experience where if they have something with their child, they have something that they can fall back on that's going to help them get through it, just like it helped you. The difference is
exactly.
Somebody like George will say, well, I got mine. I don't care. It helped me. There's two types of people that look at this, okay? You and I look at the humanity of it all. We understand that putting a certain amount of money towards education may not produce an immediate return, but in the long run, it's going to make a return. Feeding people is going to make a long-term return. Okay? Folks like that, him, don't understand that. They see numbers. They don't see people. And that's what I hope that everybody in this chat remembers, that when we look at these budgets, when we talk about these things, we're talking about it for the greater benefit of humanity, not for ourselves. We're not trying to be selfish. But that's all I wanted to say. That was the first thing that popped in my head, is that if it was flipped, he would be like, I got mine. I don't really care. Those other people probably don't deserve it.
It's a good point. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for your kind words. Have a good day. Be safe out there. He's right. We talk about this all the fucking time, right? I mean, we just... Oh, okay. So George has made his way. Just remind George, Emma, and RJ, who's over there with you guys. Just remind him. Just remind him what it was, the experience that he had here, and what people thought of his take. Just remind him that he would rather see the ROI from increasing the budget for defense at the expense of poor people, because that's what he said. There was 1,500 people in here at the time when he said it. You heard it. Okay. Now, I don't question George is smart. His values, if he has any, are just gone. They're fractured. They're broken. And that's a problem with especially conservatives, especially pro-life conservatives. You just don't care whether they're Ben Shapiro aficionados or they buy into the benevolent dictator scenario with Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel and that whole fucking model. You know, people like that, you'd kick someone if they're down because they took your parking place. We'd help them up and park down the road. To Drew's point, it's not about, I use the example of federal funding for cancer research because it impacted my life directly, and Drew's right. I don't want anybody to be in a position where they can't understand the impact of the disease on their kid because federal funding isn't there. We already know it's been cut. And in people like George's world, they just move the money around. And the benevolent dictators are going to decide how it's spent? Really? One thing we know about billionaires, the one thing that they want is more money. We know that. We know that they want more money. You think they're just going to be kind? You think they're just going to be benevolent? They're just going to hand over? No problem. We got you. If it's a fundamental difference between the right and the left, would you rather trust the government? If we use healthcare as the example, would you rather trust the government to be the administrator through Medicare for All program, which is the one that I support? Or would you rather have corporations that have been ripping you off? I was in chat last night, and this two things, it comes down to this for me. If I had to choose, if I had to prioritize between two things, this might surprise you, but you know how hard I advocate for healthcare every single day. And I'll not stop because I think it's something that would help all of us. We'd save money, we'd be healthier, better off. If I had to choose, like right now, if I could only do one and prioritize that one thing, I would say overturn Citizens United, outlaw lobbying, and get all dark money out of politics. I would start there because that, to me, is the root of all evil. It is literally the problem that we have because the benevolent dictators are the ones that are pulling the fucking strings. Right? As much as healthcare would solve so many fucking problems, I get it. But if I had to choose between those two, that's what I would choose. It looks like most of you would as well. Because they sort of work hand in hand, right? If you don't have the pressure of these massive fucking lobbies, buying votes in Congress, buying politicians, right? Boom. There you go. That money's gone. Now you actually have to work for your constituents. And then by working for your constituents, you listen to them, the fact that they want universal health care, then you legislate it. So I think you could get both, but anyway. That would actually trickle down. Eventually it would. Yeah, you're right.
Better options.
Good morning, Lou. How are you?
Yeah.
Lou, are you there? Lou?
These people send over the medical records.
I guess not. I don't know. Just gotta go back here and check something real quick. Yeah, good point, Cookie. They don't care about Medicaid, Medicare fraud. You reelected Rick Scott in Florida, the biggest perpetrator of Medicare fraud we've ever had. How about Mississippi? You don't want to talk about that with Brett Favre? You guys don't want to talk about that, right? You don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about any of that. You never want to talk about that. You only want to talk about it in terms of what Nick Shirley told you. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. No problem.
Hey, I'm a friendly.
Kwong, how are you? Good morning.
Is my mic working? They changed this whole. Okay, yeah, it's on.
Yeah, we got you.
I just want to say one thing, something that no one brought up. SNAP benefits generate, for every dollar spent, generate 1.8% return. Economic return. That isn't 100%
right.
Cash.
You're right. Yeah, but here's the problem with I don't disagree with you. You're right. Sadly, though, don't forget that Walmart, they've done this study on this, and I've read this the breakdown of this is that they teach part of the onboarding for new Walmart employees is they teach them how to take advantage of programs. They say this is how you take advantage of this particular program. This is how you apply for subsidies. This is how you apply for SNAP. So what ends up happening is they get the benefits. We subsidize it through taxpayers so that Walmart can do that. They get their tax breaks. And then what happens is those employees then spend their SNAP benefits at Walmart. So they get their double dip, right? So it's feeding the machine. yes, there's an investment, but who's getting the money?
Oh,
who's getting the money?
Absolutely. But I mean, if you just take that all away, still 96 cents out of every dollar goes back to the government coffers in the end, with taxes, supply chain taxes, employee taxes. So, like I said, it's not easy to calculate the 1.80% because it's a very complicated thing, you know. But it's much more. It goes back to in government taxes. When you're paying for military, only do we tax military pay?
I'm assuming it gets taxed.
Okay,
Jess,
then that would
comment
be
on
the
that.
only
I'm
thing, because
assuming it
a
would.
lot of our arms infrastructure is not even in this country. Like helicopters are made in France and things like that. So we're not getting that shit back. That isn't boosting our economy. But SNAP does it over 100%. I mean, so you can't even say it cost $100 billion a year when you're getting 100, or even if you were only getting the 96 cents back, it's nothing. It's literally nothing.
Yeah, you're right, and that's a great point. So the argument that would make then, friend, would be that, well, you get a bigger ROI from the military-industrial complex. Okay, sure.
Only for the companies that operate in the United States, and you know.
Exactly right. And then don't forget, we have tax laws that allow those corporate capitalists to squirrel their money away someplace else and hide it from the IRS.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay.
Thanks for jumping in today, Fred. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. All right. Be safe out there. It's a great point, right? It's just, again, it's just the kind of society that you want. Like, I gave you the model, the trickle-up economics model, empowering women, centering women in the matriarchy, right? You got to swing that pendulum. We talk about the Overton window. We have to talk about the economic window. It's patriarchy. You might have to swing that motherfucker back to a matriarchy and then land somewhere in the middle around egalitarianism. I don't know, but it ain't working now. And all of a sudden, people are just totally happy with just increasing this budget. Are you fucking kidding me? For 4 years, all we listened to was Joe Biden wants. What about Biden? Wants to forgive student loan debt, and that was just horrible. What a waste of money. But it's fine. A war that we put ourselves in, driving prices up across the board. That's not going to be settled. MAGA, I don't know if you know this, but even Donald Trump's own energy department has talked about this. It's going to take over a year for gas prices to come back to pre-war levels. So there's that. All right, I think I have a couple more little bits of sound here that I want to play for you guys. Scaramucci, I mentioned him earlier. He did this great breakdown. Here you go. And he talks about what the line that we finally crossed with MAGA, that some of them are peeling away, but not really.
Not enough for MAGA, the following. We're going to release the Epstein files. Oh, wait a minute, Trump's in the Epstein files. We're not going to release the Epstein files. We're going to bomb people to distract from them. We're going to bomb a school in Iran with young kids in it, mostly women. We're going to create Alligator Alcatraz, which is this disgusting penitentiary for immigrants in Florida that has sewage backup, and we're going to laugh about it while we're down there. We're going to people in Minneapolis. We're going to kidnap children and not even know where we're sending them. We're going to manipulate the markets. We're going to take bribes, particularly a big $400 million jet, and I'm going to keep the jet after I leave. I'm going to excoriate our allies that have been our friends for over a century, and I'm going to threaten to attack a NATO country, Greenland. I'm going to shit all over Canada, and then I'm going to come after your First, Fourth, Fifth, and 14th Amendment rights in the Constitution. Constitution. And oh, by the way, every price in America is going to go up as a result of my tariffs. And I'm going to lower corporate taxes, big, beautiful spending bill. And so if you're making $1 million or more, you're going to get a $7,000 benefit. And if you're making $50,000 or less, I'm taking $500 of benefits away from you. And this is what I'm going to do. And you're going to shut up and you're going to like it, MAGA. You're still going to support me 34%. Well, let me tell you what's going to kill them. It's the gas prices. It turns out that the red line for MAGA are the gas prices because they don't want to go into the 250th birthday of America grilling hot dogs at $8 a gallon in gas. And so his approval ratings are going into the gutter. But everything I just read, including the gutting of the Department of Justice, and we could name 50 other things, hollowing out USAID, no NIH grants anymore. We're not going to do any cancer research in the country.
But you said he doesn't care. You just said like he doesn't care.
No, doesn't care.
No notes. We talk about it every day, but people like George don't care. George is a short-term pain, long-term gain kind of person, right? Yeah. We were going to release the Epstein files until Trump showed up in the Epstein files. We bombed people to distract them. We bombed a school in Iran with young kids in it, mostly girls. We built Alcatraz, a sewage-packed penitentiary for immigrants in Florida, and laughed about it on camera. We kidnapped children and didn't know where we were sending them. We manipulated the markets repeatedly. We accepted a $400 million jet as a bribe and kept it after leaving office. We excoriated allies who stood with us over a century, threatened to attack a NATO country, treated Canada like an enemy. We came after the 1st, 4th, 5th, 14th Amendments of American citizens' rights. Every price in America went up. Then came a tax bill. If you make $1 million or more, you get a $7,000 benefit. If you make $50,000 or less, we're taking $500 away from you. But here's what the deal is. Gas prices. Gas prices. Gas prices. $4.12 a gallon. Up nearly, I don't know, fucking $20 per tank fill. Like what? Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Hey, good morning, buddy. How are you, man? I've been listening a long time. Great show today. Excellent stuff. Yeah, man, it just seems like as I'm listening to you and as the chat, all of us are becoming more and more frustrated. Sometimes I'm sure a lot of people feel like a lion in a cage. They want to say something, like and I feel like it's like we're getting the zone so flooded at this point. Like, the reference flooding the zone, obviously, and your chat knows as well. It just seems like real life stories really seem to make a difference now. When you come here to New York and you feel that energy and we create that momentum. And then sadly, some of the stories that I may hear from a friend of mine who does, yard work for the guy next door, his buddy who is literally a U.S. citizen was taken away a couple of months ago and he spent a month away. And he said there were like unalived people laying around. So those are real life. Like I'm saying that, me, we trust in each other. That guy, a little tertiary because it's coming from the guy who told me about his friend, people could argue that. But I think our real life experiences is going to really make a difference. So much of this just seems like, I don't know how your chat feels and I don't know how you feel about it as well, but it just feels so overwhelming. Like every minute it's like, oh, and now they're doing this and they took this from these kids and it's crazy.
It's by design, Tom. That's the whole point behind flooding the zone. It's by design because I think what they're banking on, and because it's historically true, is that we as Americans are entitled. We don't want to be convenienced. We expect everything to be at our fingertips whenever we want it. So if we're made to feel a little bit uncomfortable, we don't push back and ask why. We just kind of accept it. We'll grab our ankles and raw dog and be like, whatever, I don't deserve it or whatever. So they're counting on that. They're not counting on 8 million people strong nationwide standing in protest. They're not counting on people trying to expose the criminality. They're not counting on people showing up in midterm elections. They just expect people to go away. So then the onus becomes on us. We want to try to fix it.
Right. And we see their fear accumulating every day. Because if they weren't going at us with these bullshit things that are being struck down in the courts every day, mail-in voting, the guy you were talking about because a law passes over, like, oh my God, I can't imagine that someone comes on this app thinking they have the knowledge and intelligence to discuss politics, but then they think that an executive order is pass it. Oh, I can't even. It's so discouraging. It's literally discouraging to me. It literally makes me sad.
I know. I hear you. Well, we got to keep fighting the fight, though, bro.
Bro.
You need to do lives more. You got to keep fighting the fight. Thank you again for being a good person and a good host. I appreciate you. Great coffee, by the way. Thank you for that, friend.
Oh, you're very welcome. Have a great rest of your show, and thanks, bro. Thanks for letting me up.
Thank you, brother. Talk to you soon. Take care. He's right. I mean, that's by design, though, right? It's literally by design, expecting us to kind of put our hands up and back down and be like, I'm done. I'm checking out. Somebody else can fix it. Hello, Reeb. How are you?
I'm fantastic. You know what butters my biscuits is when people just assume that anybody can just get on to government assistance and it's just so easy, and like suits will show up at your house. I mean, it happened to me, and not too long ago. I was trying to figure out how I was going to afford Christmas for my 3 children, and I had this like measly little, I don't even know what it is, if it's an IRA or 401k, whatever, money market. But I had like $800 in it. And I pulled $300, $100 for each child for Christmas. And I lie to you not, a few months later, I had a suit show up at my house and ask me about said thing that I did not put on my, declared assets that I had, because I don't even think about this thing. It's nothing, right? And I could have lost my benefits over that. It's ridiculous that, I'm still on the Medicaid, and I got to re-up for that. And it's like, it scares me, because if you screw it up, then you're done, like forever. And they will make you pay back. Like if they feel or find that you're fraudulent, they make you pay that back. And so there goes your tax return, your federal and your state. They can seize them both.
Indiscriminately. Yeah, and that's the fight. That's exactly the fight. It's hard to get on the programs. It's hard to qualify for the programs. And when you do, if you're just doing your thing and you might make a mistake, you're gonna lose your funding, and it's a shit show. Thanks for sharing your perspective with us today, friend. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for being here.
Yep. Have a great one.
You too. See you later. Anyway, there's so many examples. Listen, friends, thanks for joining today. I know that apparently George is on with Emma right now, and she's cooking him. Of course, you can go there, or I'd like to suggest that we raid Santana. Santana was kind enough to come in here earlier and show his support for our channel. And like I said before, as white men in particular, just go into Santana's chat and just listen. Support the channel, support independent journalists, support creators that you like. I love you guys. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time. As a reminder, show will have to end a little bit early tomorrow because I've been invited to go to a round table discussion with one of my senators tomorrow. So I'll be doing that. Not Bernie, Senator Peter Welch, but I'll be there and I'll report back when we're done. Thank you, friends. I appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Remember, there's always something to do. Last minute plug to support the Do Something Tour. If you'd like to support the channel and you'd like to support our initiative to go out there and talk to more people, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Factsstillmatter. Thank you, friends. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.